commit those who are already on their way here, Father, that you may give them the journey mercies so that they can come and join us as we make the whole day successful. This we pray, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen.
I request that we remain upstanding for the national anthem, followed by the East African anthem. You can join in the singing. East African anthem. Okay, thank you very much. You may now take your seat. I wish to invite the director, postgraduate. I wish to invite the director, how your neighbor is. Say hello to your neighbor, find out whether they are fine. As we welcome the director to come and proceed from here. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, our principal, our deputy principals, registrar, our keynote speaker, my colleagues, good morning. Morning. So that we begin our program. Yesterday we had a successful day. There were very few challenges that we have addressed. Today the program will run seamlessly. That is our hope. And we anticipate to have presentations, even those that were not able to present yesterday. I request that the chairpersons will make some follow-ups so that we have them present, because we had a challenge when it came to break away rooms. I remember we wasted 1 hour, so we need to recover that during today's presentations. So we will be making some follow-ups, and we will ensure that all those that are available won't be presenting. Now, because of time, and we have very limited time, I will not take a lot of time. I will invite the registrar to who will in turn, who will of course invite our deputy principal, research, innovation,
Keynote this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you once again to the second day of our conference. Just like the director said, yesterday was a good day, and we expect today also to be a good day, just like yesterday. So without wasting much time, I would invite the Deputy Principal in charge of Research, Innovation, and Linkages to come forward, and then invite the keynote speaker.
The principal, Turkana University College, Professor George Ndiema Chemeningwa, the deputy principal in charge of administration, finance and planning, Professor George Mudha, the deputy principal in charge of academic and student affairs, Professor Ellen Wangechi Maura Kamiri, our keynote speaker, Professor Ruth Wanjao. Please welcome, Professor. Our registrars, the Dean of Schools, Head of Departments and Sections, our members on the virtual platforms, we recognize you wherever you are. Our scholars, our esteemed scholars who are presenting papers, the researchers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. God is good and all the time, and that is his nature. It's a wonderful day. You can see the day is very calm. Yeah? The day is very beautiful. And the weather is also friendly. You can see just from nature. And that is why God is wow. Because he's the one in charge of nature. And he's the one controlling. So I think this is the second day of our conference. Yesterday we had a very successful day. And the first day, always we can have one or two technical issues. Now this is our second day. And I know that it will take off because we have learned from the lesson from yesterday. And I think our technical team are ready. And it's breaking. So remember, we have our third day for the conference tomorrow, which is field excursions. Don't forget that we have a field excursion tomorrow. And the conference team, led by the chairman, Dr. James Nderitu, and the team, I think they are organizing for that. So you should be well informed that we have a field excursion so that you are able to see Lodwar town and part of Turkana County. So it is my great pleasure and great honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Wanjao, who is going to give today our keynote address. Professor Ruth Wanjao is an associate professor in the Department of Kenyatta University. She has supervised 10 PhD students to completion and more than 50 master's students. The professor has peer-reviewed journals besides presenting published work in national and international conferences, including the 5th International Multidisciplinary Conference here for. She is an external examiner for many universities, including Turkana University College, and she's very passionate in mentoring youth and young ladies in STEM, that is science, technology, and engineering, mathematics discipline. She is the current coordinator for peer counselors and former director, AIDS Control Unit, Catering and Accommodation at Kenyatta University. She is the former chairperson of Kiambu County Education Board and currently serving as the chairperson of the Board of Management of Githunguri Technical and Vocational College, as well as a member of board Kilimambogo Teachers Training College. She is a principal investigator of the Kenya University, Vice Chancellor Research Grants on Inclusive Education, made easy, an interactive learning resource for visually challenged learners in secondary schools in Kenya. She is also co-principal investigator at Kenya University for the fee series grant of soil improvement using leaves and leaf extracts for the growth of crops project from 2024. She is also principal investigator, NACOSTI, Women Research Grants for 2013-2014. She has been also a principal investigator for HIV/AIDS activities in Kenyatta University. She has coordinated many projects, among other. She is a prolific researcher in the Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Project funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates, which is still ongoing. She is also a principal researcher in Scholar Sparks Solutions, a consultancy that provides valuable insights and data-driven strategies that help schools and universities enhancing their teaching methods, improve student learning outcomes, and optimize their overall operations. She is a life member of Kenya Chemical Society and Kenya of Food Safety and Protection. Professor, her research interests are but not limited to gender and inclusivity, education and development of products for agriculture, health and quality life, climate change, environmental and chemical analysis, and she's currently working on incorporating entrepreneurship activities from innovating findings she has drawn from her research experience over many years. She also gives mentorship talks to students in high schools, colleges, universities, churches, and communities. So you can see she has a wealthy experience. Come, Professor Ruth Wanjau, to give a keynote. Let's clap for her. Welcome, Professor. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You have had Ruth Wajau. Allow me to our principal, deputy principals, registrars, deans, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, good morning. God is good, and all the time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So allow me just to continue in the interest of time, otherwise I am really privileged to be in this institution of higher learning, an institution that I'm part of. I think this is my second time to give a keynote speech, and I really thank God for that honor, and it is good to ask you as resilient researchers, technologists, politicians, and practitioners. I want to congratulate each one of us because we are united here by one single purpose, forging paths through which innovative and tech-driven economic transformation can catalyze sustainable and locally adaptable solutions for climate resilience in arid and semi-arid areas or lands. And allow me to dwell on the imperative of integration. Yes, I like the title of our conference, Multidisciplinary Research. And I thank God because from yesterday's presentations, we have learned that climate change cannot be handled by only one discipline. So there is no one person who can say they have a solution to all the challenges that are associated to climate change. And therefore, the importance of us coming together, coming up with ways to work on this. And we are saying that the challenges of climate change are complex and intertwined. They call for integrated approaches across disciplines, from engineering and ecology to economics and social sciences. Institutions such as Stockholm illustrate the power of transdisciplinary collaboration, where engineers, scientists, economists, environmental scientists, urban planners, philosophers, and policymakers walk side by side. And I want to believe that this is what we are doing. We are working side by side, even as we participate in this conference, and a well-thought-of conference, the 5th conference of Turkana University College. Forgive me, so much used to Kenyatta. Thank you, thank you. I want to give examples of the various cutting edges that we can see. Allow me to start with Turkana County. We have rapid pump monitoring system in this county, and it is a cutting-edge technology where we have solar-powered electric current sensors. They track borehole usage. So they will track how much water is being pumped, at what rate, and all those other things. We have also improved pump uptime time. What does it involve? It involves quick response in addressing pump malfunctions or performance issues. Can you imagine, from where you are seated, you can tell that pump is not working, courtesy of technology. Then we also have data collection is done in real time. And real time gives us the cutting edge of addressing those challenges instantly. There is no waiting. There is no going to the lab for analysis. There is no collecting data and then you come up with when you have the real-time data, then things work well. We also have technology, solar-powered pumps. Yes, so when we talk about Turkana County, we have a lot of solar. And I want to believe we are using principle, solar energy in this university. If we are not, then from this conference, it should be one of our main objectives. We need to solarize Turkana University College so that we can teach others what we are telling them. We can show them what we are teaching them about renewable energy to mitigate climate change issues. Then even maintenance and repairs can be done. And we also have technology integration, whereby we have applications. For example, the pump scanner Android application. It helps in addressing those issues of the pump. We also have it is also community-based, and we have a rapid response team in Turkana County. There is also the chlorination of water. Again, it is done as the water is being pumped, and leave alone the data monitoring modules. And to add to this, we also need to remember that there is a lot that this water is doing to ensure that we have water safety and security. And leave alone that, there is also the issue of food safety and security, because the food then that is grown using this water, it is clean food and it can move on. And so we are also talking of economic impact and health. We are all here because we are healthy. If we were unwell, we would be somewhere else queuing and waiting to see a doctor. I thank God we are all here. And there is also the issue of the sustainability of and smart agriculture. And I don't know whether we have heard of and the Takua Smart Farm. And it utilizes weather stations and to check on soil moisture, water quality issues. And the TUC company, I am a beneficiary of the. I get products at my door because they have an app. You only need to say, this is what I need. If it is there, they will supply it at no cost, courtesy of Internet of Things. Then we have greenhouse monitoring initiatives. And an example is in Dedan Kimathi University, whereby the soil moisture, enabling precise environmental control for improved tomato yields. And definitely where there are tomatoes, you can imagine the next season they will plant those other vegetables. Use arable sensors going on, and we can borrow and apply it in Turkana University College. I see we have a lot of farm. Then we have on-farm IoT in Kiambu and Naivasha. Again, resulted in reduction of water usage and improve. I like the Chinese. They say that the heaviest luggage pocket without money. So when you embrace these, then you'll be the best traveler. You will travel all around Turkana County at ease, and then you move. And this one is including AI and agronomist and the plant village. Use AI and mobile devices to over on soil health, and pest control. Our plants will be free of pests, and again, improving the economic gains. There is the Selina Wamoshi locust early warning tool. This one, it warns you that locusts will come at such and such a time, and therefore applying those other tools to mitigate, and therefore no losses will be gotten. Then of late we have, I think we have about 8 drones for smart agriculture or precision agriculture. And using drones, they will be able to control the issue of fertilizers, the issue of planting, and also observing any that may tamper with the growth of our plants. Allow me then to move on now to AI and big data analytics. I'm sure what were IT people from the IT department, this is the elephant in the room. And with AI and data, we are talking of we can have weather forecast systems, enabling system-based disaster response, and it underpins biodiversity monitoring. There is need to emphasize that inclusive AI must bridge, not widen, the global. Our institutions of higher learning, AI is coming Therefore, we are saying we are not going to fear AI. We are going to embrace it and, again, move together as we guide our students in the best way possible to use it. Then we have the core production into impact. We have been accused as researchers that in the labs, but the research that we only use it to get certificates, which together with the project reports and the thesis we deposit in libraries, and no one ever comes to read them. And therefore we are saying for this one, we want to collaborate. We have the research to commercialization. There is no project that can be able to be commercialized from a single discipline. And therefore, we need all of us in order to achieve this. And I want to assure you that we have gold in our libraries. And we need now to bring that gold to our table, to our country. And then we have harnessing socio-ecological resilience. And with this one, we are saying we must embrace the socio-ecological lens championed by scholars like Carl Falk, and where we have systems where communities and ecosystems co-evolve. Communities and ecosystems. What are we saying? No more conflicts. We are going to ensure that they are evolving together and we are all enjoying this world. We keep saying God is good. Thank you. The principle you reminded us, God is good. And he desires that we live at peace because his son is the Prince of Peace. And then we are talking of fostering equity and inclusion. Of late, I've been challenging my students. Please, you have to genderize your work. If your work is not genderized, then you are not going anywhere. Because who are you preparing those products for? How about those reports that you are submitting? They are for children. And God created us male and female. And then in our midst, there are those again who need special attention. So we are talking of equity, gender, and inclusion. And then we have enabling ecosystem-friendly cities and infrastructure. And therefore, there we are urging our urban planners, our architects, our surveyors, and even our builders that we need smart, green smart buildings whereby we will be here in Turkana County, but we will not need this because the way they will have done the building will be in such a way that there is very good air circulation and the house itself is very, very sustainable. We are talking of green-friendly cities, and with cities we have our houses. And allow me, as I finish, to give the pathways to action. One, we need to deepen interdisciplinary research. And many of our grantors today, they are not asking for a one-man show. It has to be interdisciplinary research, and sometimes even inter-country. Yes, so you have to look for people all over in Europe, in West Africa, because we are talking of that. And that is what is going to help in understanding the issues of climate change. Then we have to scale technological innovations. Yes, again, the IT people here, they are to help us. The Internet of Things, the AI systems, and we need to bring them in real environment. We are not talking of theoretical. aspects, but practical aspects. And then we have to strengthen co-production. Allow me not to dwell on that because we have already talked. Yes, and then we also have to center inclusivity. Inclusivity is whereby you bring the issues of gender, persons with disability, and all fields. And as we come to the number 5, it is policy. We need to bridge to policy. In Turkana County, they have a policy which is very good. I don't know whether we have other counties, but at least policy on climate change adaptation. And colleagues, allow me to conclude and say that our shared mission is clear. It is to transform knowledge into impact by weaving together cutting-edge science, inclusive governance, ecological integrity, and shared prosperity. We can respond to climate crisis with skills that match its challenge. Let's harness research, technology, and sustainable resource management to cultivate adaptation, resilience, and socio-economic transformation for arid and semi-arid lands in Kenya, Africa, and world at large. Thank you, and God bless.
Yes, you have heard from Professor. She has given a very detailed keynote address. And maybe you have questions to ask the professor. And she has cut across so many disciplines. And just from that concept, multidisciplinary. And you have heard the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence. And there is also another one that I've recently heard, business intelligence. You have heard of that? It is also there, business intelligence. So it is time to ask the professor the questions while she's still there, 2 to 3 or 4 questions. So, and you have heard the elephant in the room, artificial intelligence. It is here with us. So, remember, I've had, I think, which university where the students were telling the professors, I think in America or where? I saw somewhere, yeah, I think 3 months or 6 months ago, AI is coming here with us. So can we have questions? Dr. Nyakundi, uko na swali kwa professor? Just give him the... Thank you for those compliments. Another question? Yes.
They can also have greenhouses whereby climate change resilience. Thank you.
Online participants. Oh, there's a question online, eh? Maybe you can read. Yes. Prof, there is a question here from online. The question says, how can we successfully integrate artificial intelligence and climate change in social sciences? From Dr. Lucire Lumumba, University of Embu.
Thank you. In social sciences, artificial intelligence, there is a lot. Remember, there are so many apps of artificial intelligence. And again, when it comes to climate change, who is going to market for us? It is the social scientists who are going even to teach us the soft skills. It is the social scientists, and they are required in climate change resilience, because as much as we need the soft skills, we need entrepreneurial skills, and I am happy that we have talked of business, you called it business intelligence. All that is under social sciences. Thank you, Daktari.
Yes, we have a question there.
Thank you, Professor. How can we intermarry AI and climate smart agriculture?
Thank you. Intermarrying AI and climate smart agriculture. Again, remember AI, you get a lot of information, and then you use it in the smart agriculture. We are talking of precision agriculture. We are talking of knowing even the soil quality. We are talking of knowing the quality of the products you are getting from the farm. And all these, you'll be able to interpret them using AI and other apps. Yes, so there is a lot, Internet of Things and AI.
Any other question?
The bottlenecks are you and I. We are resistant to change, and we need to change and move on. From this conference, we need to go full speed and empower ourselves with AI skills, with smart agriculture skills, and with any other skills. We are talking of the soft skills and also the entrepreneurial skills. They are very, very important. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to seek clarification as regards the inclusion of as many people as possible in regard to communication of science knowledge. You see, once research is done, it's kept there in our libraries, and many people are not able to access, especially on some issues like smart agriculture, precision agriculture, realizing that productivity is going down these days, even with the application of inputs. So how can many more people communicating the scientific knowledge from research?
Thank you very much. Forgive me to say sometimes we researchers are mean. We want to sit on our desks and with all that information. Sometimes we need to move out, like we had to move out from our places to come here. Even the ones online, They may be there, but they have moved out because they are not doing whatever they are supposed to be doing. So they are here with us. And through what we are all getting from here, we can be able to share in our social groups, even leave alone very complicated apps, in our social groups. You will tell me there are some who are not on smartphones, but even SMSs still work. And you can alert them. If there is something you have found, why don't you pass that message? If our old grandfathers used to pass messages by using drums, how about us who have a lot of opportunities to share the information? Thank you.
Any other? Last one? Yes.
That keynote speech. Mine is a simple project. We are talking of inclusivity and all that. It requires funds. Yes, the message can get down there, even to the local mwananchi. But then, if it's precision agriculture, smart agriculture, where can they find funds?
Oh, funds. Thank you. Yes, funds are available. NRF, it has a lot of funds. And right now, I think there is a call for proposal. So there is a lot. And going even the AI, it can also help you to look for grant funders. And through there, you can be able to reach out and to carry out the research. And somebody may ask, how about our persons with the disability? I mentioned one of the projects that we have been engaged in is coming up with an app to assist those people who are visually impaired, access all information on their phones. And it is working. Yes, so there is a lot. We can be more and more innovative. And that is why this conference is asking us for innovative and tech-driven technologies. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You have the last. Let's be the last one, please.
Yeah, the last one. Thank you, Prof. Mine is about robotic farming. What is the place of the AI robotic farming in Kenya? Yes, robotic farming, which is used in China. It is now used in Japan and many other countries. What is its future in Kenya and also in mitigation of climate change? Thank you.
Yes, we are saying if it is already somewhere, we can have it and we can go for it. Let us be like small children. When they see us walk, they want also to walk and they try their level best. Therefore, let's go for that challenge. Let's go for them and we can borrow. Remember, today, you don't have to go there. It's just a question of writing. It's a question of even getting information on YouTube, and you apply it. Therefore, there is a lot. So it has room in our country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. They have us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, you have just reminded Dr. about robotic science. When I was in China, Zhejiang Normal University, as you were just taking the elevator, the robot that has been commanded, I was also entering into the elevator, and the robot also entered. I was wondering, now what happens if in case this robot now just becomes angry with me? Yeah, this is an inanimate object. He has no feelings like a human being. And maybe somebody there just control and say, can you punch that African man there in the elevator? So I was just closing my, My fingers say, let me reach the ground I'm going so that I can get out and leave this guy here. Yeah? So you have just reminded me that robots, you know, artificial intelligence is a let us just embrace it. It is here with us. And it is a good application of the new technology as applied in our field. So I want to welcome Dr. All the flowers. I don't know which flowers Professor Ruth Wanjau likes in her life, but you just come and pick all the flowers so yeah, in a big way. And then now from there you welcome Director, Research and Partnership and Collaboration now to give way forward. Karibu Daktari. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to request that Professor stands up. So let us speak from this side, blue flowers. Here, yellow flowers. Hand them over to her. Before you sit down, I request that we clap for her. And so we are going to clap, give her a big clap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? So when we give her one, another one, and then a big one. Yes. We begin a big clap, another big clap, a better, bigger one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our keynote speaker, for the wonderful presentation. And we are looking forward into doing what we have learned. Right now, we don't want to take a lot of time. We would like to move to our breakaway rooms. And I want to remind you that we have 5 breakaway rooms. And here we are having presentation, agriculture, and education and technology. And to remind you, the chairperson in this place, that is the main hall, we have Dr. Pande Wamalwa, and then we have Rapporteur Dr. Salezo Mereti. Then we have Dr. Susan Ouko and Dr. Abisaki Olo. And then we have Pala, where we have literature, language, and related. We have Dr. Chepkoni and Dr. Number 4, micro teaching. We have, that one is for sciences, related thematic areas. We have Dr. Nderitu and Mr. Daniel Mutiso. And then in the last one is boardroom, where we have Professor Tom Nyamache and Silvana Karemi. We will, of course, they will be handling up some time, and then they will be assistant in the due course. Maybe at this particular juncture, the link has been divided so that you can you can break rooms immediately, because that one has been provided. It's open for now. The link is open. You can join the breakaway room that you are supposed to be in. Ladies and gentlemen, today we want to observe time and done. So I request that the chairpersons again to ensure that you make follow-up. So not done yesterday have been done. Thank you, Lord, and we hope to have a fruitful day. Thank you.
cross-cutting issues. Micro-teaching lab is for science, IT, and AI. Boardroom is for business management and economics. Language and literature. The seminar room is for education. Break to our rooms so that we begin our presentation as soon as possible. Thank you. Our various venues. Seminar room is for education. Main hall is for climate change, agriculture, and cross-cutting issues. Room is for business management and economics. Lecturer's parlor, language and literature. And here in the main hall, the presentation are on climate change, agriculture, and cross-cutting issues. So let us break to our various venues so that we start our presentation as soon as much.
Raise your voice and shout. Come on.
their presentations yesterday. There are people who are supposed to present in this. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome them. The 5 who did not, you are supposed to present are Lynette Sankau, James Obuya, Margaret Otieno, so please, if you are hearing us from wherever to today's presentations, any of them who is with us, any of the 5 that I have mentioned, can be given an opportunity. As we wait for the 5 who did not have an opportunity to present yesterday, I think we can wait for those who did not present yesterday. Any minute they show up, we will be interrupting those who will. Today, our first is yes, we have Morini of Inanjin. Maureen. Where is Maureen? The next presenter, Sarah Musundi again. Sarah has not yet arrived. We go to Chepkania Levi Situma. Thank you very much. Allow me to take this opportunity to welcome Chepkania Levi Situma on this physical presentation. He will be talking to us about a critical review of environmental effects of air conditioning in Kenya's drylands. Welcome very, very much, Chepkania Levi Situma.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, and participants. Once again, good morning. My paper is on a critical review on environmental effects of air conditioning, in Kenya's drylands. Can move to the first slide, kindly. And this study is in line locally, and you should realize that the dispensation of global and climate change. And countries are striving for a cleaner environment, especially the use of cleaner gases. When we talk of Kyoto Protocol way back from 1997, Montreal, 1987 climate summits, we have had them. Even last year, some were held in Kenya, some even in Egypt, Cairo. Or air conditioning is on the rise, more so in hazards to make offices like where we are, classrooms conducive for human habitation, like where we are, we can see fans are on, actually, and they have their own side of effects, especially to health and even to the environment at large. Worth noting is that studies that have been done, they point out the environmental effects of air conditioning, especially on health and global warming and even climate change. Under related literature, I looked at temperature of the atmosphere and surface has grown significantly according to Hampton et al. When we talk of HFCs, hydrofluorocarbons, chlorofluorocarbons or CFCs, and HCFCs, hydrochlorofluorocarbons, they are actually increasing on the rise. And according to IPCC, that is Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, since the mid-20th century, human activities cause global warming. And the effects of this warming, we have elevation in global temperatures, at a rise in global temperatures. We have also seen the rise in sea levels, expansion of even deserts, and rapid warming has been caused by non-CO2 greenhouse gases, of course by CO2 greenhouse gases such as chlorofluorocarbons, talk of methane and nitrous oxide. Now, a critical review on the findings of what has been done is that the effects of this air conditioning on global warming and climate change, there are quite a number, and especially I've talked about the CFCs, the HFCs, and HCFCs. All these, they are actually the moment this AC, as we try to cool the room, like what is happening right now, then studies indicate that I've just done a summary, but there are so many which have been done, and they talk about when you cool the room, then these temperatures, they are released outside. Yeah? As this place gets cooler, then you are trying to release this heat that was supposed to be in this particular room to get outside. And as this heat gets outside, even outside there are also human activities going on that have aggravated even the rise in temperatures. So the situation even worsens. Because that it gets outside there again, we have also infrastructural developments, buildings and all over, and deforestation that is also has aggravated, that has also increased the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, especially CO2. Because when you clear trees, then CO2 will find nowhere to go. And it accumulates in the atmosphere, causing that blanket, that greenhouse effect, making surface temperatures to be a bit they rise to the beyond the normal. And these effects, they are on health. On health. You're going to get heat seated here, but it is actually that effect is slowly we are inhaling, and as the circulation goes on, because remember, this is artificial. This is artificial air circulation, trying to have artificial, not other than the natural one. So we can experience fever, chills, chest tightness,
dyspnea, rash, cough, swelling, and even headache. We can also experience fever and muscle pains, according to Nguyen et al. 2006, skin problems, according to White and Reddy 2011, sick building syndrome. When we talk of sick building syndrome, we are looking at issues to do with headache. Like when you sit in a particular room for a long period, in an office that has all this going on, for a long period of time, like you are working morning, lunch time, then you go to lunch, then after lunch you come back again, you sit in that particular office again, up to 5, before again you break. So there's that sick building syndrome where you can now experience even headache, dizziness, nausea, itching, problem of asthma, breathing problem, and lack of concentration. There is also heat intolerance and even joint pain, according to Helen Eichmann, 1991. Now, this is my conclusion, that there is a review. I've done the review on the effects of human health, global warming, and climate change, which I've just shared, and there are friendly refrigerators which can be used, hydrocarbons, because they are less harmful to ozone layer. The idea here is that in the event we replace HFCs, those fluorocarbons, because they can deplete the ozone layer, so that we don't get that direct radiant energy that are so harmful to our skin, that can even. And then AC, as they warm the room, office, they release heat again in the atmosphere, which result to the cases of urban heat increase in heat greenhouse effect. And as IPCC points out, challenges are grave and climate change. So according to IPCC, they point out that most of the challenges that are leading to actually this greenhouse effect, that then leads to warming of the atmosphere, which then again culminates ultimately to climate change, are actually caused by human activities. Talk of industrialization, talk of agriculture, and even deforestation, and even its associated activities. Then lastly, on recommendation as per this particular paper, there is need to look at it how we can use friendly refrigerants with low cases of CFCs, HFCs, and HCFCs. Then we can also talk of afforestation and reforestation with steady and sustainable water availability. Because again, in drylands, water is an elephant in the house. With the drylands, water is an issue. Like you plant, you can talk of tree planting and all that. But is that practice sustainable? Is that measure sustainable? So not until you handle the issue of water. If water is available, like where we are here, if we can have sustainable water which is sustainable, and we can even talk of drip irrigation, we can talk of even furrows that are automated. We have pipes moving around this plant been planted. Then we have automate those irrigation systems so that the water flows continuously. Right. Then it's automated so that if you are saying that it can start from 9 p.m., then it ends at, let's take off 12 a.m., midnight. Then again, it stops. Then that measure so that we have a greener environment in drylands. And that one requires a lot of investment, but again, from our keynote, so it's us to be innovative and go for those particular funds. Then we also need to have safety measures, like talking of open windows and even doors. Open windows and even doors, such that even if we have free natural air circulations, then we actually don't really need these artificial ones. Then lastly, proper building structures that comply with dryland conditions, with materials which are locally available. Because we are looking at climate resilience. using locally adaptable solutions. So materials that are in line with the local environment, which can adapt with the local environment, building structures. It's very important. I think that's the end of my paper. Thanks for your time listening.
Were both literary significant and computationally measured. How Flaubert embedded psychological depth into structure, tone, and imagery. Portraits. So we have it in 3 different forms, which is the wedding scene, the affair she had with Rodolphe. We recorded emotional emptiness behind the spectacle, while typically evokes joy. For Emma, it was surprisingly neutral to slightly a negative tone. All the fantasies of the wedding was not really her problem. Of emotional flatness here confirms that Emma's disenchantment, though they were not consciously expressed in the novel. Even though they were not consciously expressed. Now, for the affair with Rodolphe, the illusions that arise, there were illusions that rose and then shattered along the line. So there was emotional peak, a spike of joy, anticipation, and desire. And this is one of the few moments in the novel where she feels rich. But then these elevated sentiments quickly collapsed after Rodolphe left her at the middle of when she was almost getting the love she desires. The guy just left her, abandoned her. There was sadness, anger, betrayal dominated the sentiment score. And ironic narration amplifies this fall from illusion to despair. And the sentiment graph mirrored this exact trajectory of hope rising, and then it vanished. Now, at the last nostalgia. At that opera, Emma was briefly elevated, surrounded by beautiful music, grandeur, city life. Sentiment analysis registered excitement, anticipation, and fleeting joy. Yet, these emotions were interlaced with melancholy and nostalgia. As the setting reminded her of all she lacked, these things were what she wanted, but them. So the emotional duality is central to Flaubert's irony. What should be tinged with sorrow for her, because coming to that scene reminded her of all her losses. So these scenes, the of irony, rhythm, and symbolism created emotional layers that sentiment analysis helped us to map out. If not certain technological trends, there are definitely be some level of experiences of difficulties at certain levels. So why had valuable insights? It is not without significant limitations, especially when applied. It resists simplification and machine interpretation, and then can be misread or flatten emotion nuance. So for the challenges, there is irony and ambiguity. How? Flaubert's prose is saturated with irony, contrast sharply with its emotional or narrative intent crosses. So sentiment analysis tools, especially those trained to be straight, classify some passages, and they can misread them the way that it's intentionally written. A sentence can appear joyful on the surface, but may in context be Sometimes machine struggles to detect such tonal subtleties without deep contextual awareness. There is also free indirect to narrative boundaries. One of Flaubert's most powerful technique is free indirect as a technique to bring uniqueness to his writing. And this blends the narrator's voice with that of Emma's inner thoughts and the external narration. So, however, for NLP models like sense being conveyed, who is the narrator or the character? It's struggling with finding out exactly who they are for the machine to grab these intentions clearly. So the last one is where emotion taxonomy. So most sentiment models rely on fixed emotional categories, joy, sadness, and all of that. Layered and ambiguous emotions. For instance, how does existential despair, boredom, marked by hope, or simultaneous attraction and disgust? How feelings cannot be easily labeled just by lines, how people relate with each other. You really need to have a feeling is being talked about, the person expressing him or her at that point in time, and the attempt to do so risk attempts for the machine trying to read through this person emotional richness to simplified tags. We also kind of did some kind of contribution of this research to literary study, and where we categorize them into systematic emotional mapping.
You have some 3 minutes, please, to wind up.
Emotional systematic emotional mapping of Emma's arc. We looked also at a new lens on narrative structure, a hybrid methodology, bridging AI and literary reading, and also the interpretation through argumentation and not really through automation. Okay, what is the implication of this research for future work? We can also this can also actually help us, so we can we kind of redefine models to better understand irony, tone, or metaphors? Could we compare emotional structures in works like that of Émile Zola, Balzac, Sands, and the rest of other philosophers of French literature? And also, can this approach support pedagogy? How can it help students see emotion through data? Conclusion. Madame Bovary is not just a novel of events, but of emotion. So, and Flaubert himself crafted a psychological portrait through silence, gesture, and rhythm, through the things of through the things Emma feels more than what she sees. So, by applying sentiment analysis, we do not reduce her story. We try to enrich it. We see the shadows behind the words, the tremors behind the style. We're listening to what the text whispers between the lines. We tried to look into these things and then try to compare it with what AI kind of defined to see if it truly complements what scholars and researchers feel why they read this literary text. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sylvia Chinazon from Nigeria. That was a very good presentation where you have taken us to the 19th century classical text, where we are examining how individuals cannot be able to reconcile their internal conflicts between what they are dreaming about and their idealized aspirations versus the reality. That was quite good, and even the new methodology, the hybrid methodology.
Yes, I can hear you.
Literal circles. Yes. So now, may I now invite some questions from individuals, those who are online, those who are here.
Now, the statement of the problem. The instruction that is offered in these CBE classrooms is often limited to English, which is one of the official languages in Kenya, alongside Kiswahili, because most of the learning areas are taught in English, apart from Kiswahili, of course. And multilingual learners sometimes struggle with comprehension. Therefore, there is need to examine how translanguaging can be used to support the goals of CBE, that is, to develop competencies. The objectives. This study was guided by the following objectives. The first one was to examine the role of translanguaging in fostering inclusivity and learner engagement in CBE classrooms. The second one was to identify translanguaging practices adopted by teachers, and finally to analyze the benefits and the challenges of incorporating translanguaging within the CBE framework. The study was hinged on the translanguaging theory framework as conceptualized by Garcia and Lee Wei, 2014, who challenges the notion of language as separate systems. So they view bilingual and multilingual individuals as capable of drawing fluidly from other linguistic resources in order to make meaning. And in educational contexts, translanguaging has been found to enhance learner comprehension, to promote inclusion, as well as to support cognitive development. Now, in the African context, we have Hugh 2015 and Mudwi 2004, who argue that policies that favor exclusive use of ex-colonial languages undermine educational equity. We're talking about when we exclusively focus on teaching using the colonial languages, for instance, English or German or French, then we are undermining educational equity. And we have studies in South Africa and Ethiopia that have actually demonstrated the effectiveness of using mother tongue as a linguistic form of instruction, and translanguaging has actually helped to improve learner outcomes. Therefore, the current study contributes to this growing area by documenting the actual practices and learner responses in the CBE settings. Now, a purposive sampling technique was used to select schools and participants that would provide insights into translanguaging in CBE classrooms. And this was done in Nakuru County, where schools in peri-urban and urban areas were selected. This is because Nakuru has a diverse community. So we have learners from diverse communities who speak different languages: Kalenjin, Luo, Luya, Kikuyu, just to mention a few. And the observations were 2 lessons per week for a period of 3 weeks. The lessons were 40 minutes each.
Raise your volume on the other end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I was saying that the schools are in Nakuru County, and they were purposively sampled because Nakuru County hosts students from different linguistic backgrounds or from diverse communities. And we have like Kalenjins, Luos, Kikuyus, Kisis, just to mention a few, of learners in these particular classrooms. And the observations were 2 lessons per week.
4 minutes, so just get to the gist of the...
Okay, so the key findings was that teachers used the first language for concept clarity. For example, where in a maths lesson, a teacher would explain a concept that the students did not understand, maybe in Kiswahili or Sheng, or maybe one of the local languages if most of the students could understand it, or for instance, in an English literature lesson where there was a teacher who used the phrase outwitted the lion when teaching on trickster narratives, and the teacher expounded it using Kikuyu idiom as well as explained the term outwitted, which Alana had asked about in the class, explained it in Kiswahili. And this resulted in better comprehension as well as cultural connection. The benefits that were observed is that it enhanced participation of the learners in the classroom, as well as the confidence of the learners to be able to express themselves. And of course, it also enabled deeper understanding. And the learning environment was inclusive as well as culturally relevant. The challenges that were noted was that there was no clear policy support on translanguaging within the CBE classrooms, as well as there was limited teacher training, especially with this CBE form, because some of the teachers were teaching some learning areas that had just been merged and they were not sufficiently trained on it. And then assessment also restricts multilingual expression because most of the tests are in English apart from the Kiswahili assessment. In conclusion, translanguaging aligns with CBE inclusivity and it supports comprehension of the content by the learners as well as participation of learners in the classroom. Thank you for listening to me. I have come to the end of my presentation.
Thank you for a very insightful presentation. We want to clap for you. Let us clap for her. So those are claps for the participants who are present here. Those who are online can throw some claps in the air. And now we come to
staff and community members. These community members, they were chiefs, ward administrators, village administrators, and so on. Sampling strategies and sampling classified random sampling techniques was used to ensure proportional presentation, avoid bias. Gracious and Morgan 1970 formula was used. Data collection instruments, structure were used to collect primary data. Quantitative data by descriptive and inferential statistics in SPSS version 26. Finding majority of respondents agree or disagree. Agreed.
Sorry, you have 3 minutes.
Strongly agreed with all statements indicate general positive perception of organization culture factor. The highest agreement was observed by imprense flexibility. You will see 65.5 and agreed, and 29.8 disagree. On both in communication flow, you will see that 32.2 strongly agreed. All this suggests that this value, these are the strong value attributes in the organization. Change, when you see change, change management practices, 4.32 indicate that the respondents strongly reconsider its role in organizational culture. All statements will score above showing overall view across all measured aspects. The data show agreed that local culture supports strategy implementation, employee value, flexibility, that one, and communication. When you see flexibility, that is the attribute of the results support a realigned by and surely 2022 affirm as culture successful execution. Inferential statistic. Regression analysis show a weak statistical significance relationship between organic culture and strategic implementation of 0.758 indicate other values might also influence implementation. Not only culture, but other value also. Variables, they can influence this. Correlation, peer correlation, the weak positive, but insignificant relationship between the culture and strategic implementation. Conclusions, finding indicate the while employee general highlight flexibility, effective communication, teamwork, statistical analysis, reveal, and strategy implementation. Was weak and not statistical significance. This suggests that although culture play a role in creating a conducive environment for implementation, it may not directly drive strategy outcome on its own. Quantitative data and flexibility in operation, open communication, and departmental cooperation emerge as a culture trends that indirectly support strategy execution. Resistance to change. Recommendation, this is their recommendation, strengthen culture alignment with the strategy in any organizations. Enhancing staff training and orientation about the culture of the organization. What is the culture? What is the behavior of the culture? How is the organization want the things to be done? The heartbeat of the organization. Implement structure change management initiatives, promote inclusive and participatory leaderships, and so on. Thank you.
Concluded.
I have concluded.
It's a network issue.
Follow-up, quick follow-up question on that from a layman's perspective. Bring your own device practice. Now, data, my phone, without using the public network. Like,
yes.
Do I face the same threat like this person who is using the public Wi-Fi or network?
Good question. When you're using your own device, so the way it poses risks to the network is that you can have your, you realize that maybe your device is not latest protection, what we can call the latest protection updates. So what happens that when you put it in a network, it becomes part of the network. And if, for example, it wasn't updated to standard, then it becomes an access point. Somebody whatever. So the thing is that because when we have a network, an institution network, there's a policy that the IT team, usually if they're doing updates, they must be up to date. If they're doing security solutions, they'll be up to date. If they're doing whichever, it will be up to date. But for personal equipment, a personal device, is that you may not have been tandem with the updates for the network. So just using it without having to be following policy, it can pose a serious threat, even if you don't use the Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi was used as an example that if you use it, the chances of you maybe getting malware or other viruses to be installed on your computer are very high. And then once you've done that and you come and use it on a protected network, then since you're from the inside, it means you can introduce those vulnerabilities to the system, to the network that you're using. So using yours, if it's protected, that's why we're saying, are people aware that you need to have your device up to date so that when you use it in a network, a university network, is that it will not pose any threats. That's the reason why. So if yours is well protected, you use it, then it does not pose any threat. So what we're worried about those who are not aware and who have not updated. So when they use it, what kind of threat they pose and how can we mitigate them being a threat, like an insider threat from the system, if you want. So that's my response to that. I hope.
Thank you very much, Dr. Justus.
Yes.
Any other reaction, please? Yes, we have another reaction here.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Justus, for the presentation on the model for bring your own device in a higher institution of learning. Mine is a follow-up on the question which was earlier raised on the policies. Based on your study and the model that you come up with, what are these aspects, major aspects that you can advise maybe users or institutions to incorporate in the policies so that it enhances the security of the institution and also the security of the people using the devices, just from your own study and also your own perspective?
Okay, for the, I think you asked about the policy and what should be instituted in it. So, and now that we're aware that there is a number, for example, there's a number of people that are not aware that there's a policy that guides or on bring your own device onto an institution. Number one of the things that should be done is that the institution in that policy, because a policy will be very comprehensive. So some of the things that should be put in there is that the most important is the training on all users in terms of information security awareness. So all users, regardless of their content and what they do, so long as they use the system, they should be capable to build all the time. So that should be one of the things that will be instituted to it. And then another thing is that there should be a policy in terms of when you're using your own device on an institution, the institution should be aware. There should be a policy that the institution itself should be aware that if you bring your whatever, you should maybe the IT guy should be aware that you're using your device, and there should be a policy that it should be in of the institution is other equipment before it can be logged on. There are some institutions you cannot use your device. One of the policies that you can until authorized. So there should be that authorization requirement on the policy that anybody is going to use their device on our institution, they should have standards on it that it should be incorporated to it. But most important is that getting capacity building is, we found out that is the most significant one, because to bring awareness. Otherwise, the ones that post threat are those that are not aware on the institution. That's why some of the institutions, when you log into the system, you realize that there is, if you come to the USAU, for example, when you log to the system, any of the computers, there is that requirement that you'll be told to agree that you will follow the regulations and all the standard, whatever. You follow the regulations and policy of USAU to use that device, that you not use it besides the policy. One of the things that was that we can say that those are followed, and make the users aware that they start policy in place, so that they will take a chance to go and find out what does it say about using your device on their network. So I've said so many things in one thing. I hope I'm clear on that one.
Yes, thank you so much for that elaboration. Security of the devices, because you're talking about information security awareness. And when we talk about, we've seen that from your study, it's a threat to the network of the institution, and it is in that it can cause harm. So from your study, would you advise institutions to incorporate this idea of bring your own device, or institutions should just have enough devices for anyone who wants to use anything, like enhance their ICT capacity in terms of infrastructure?
So one of the advantages of bring your own device was that, as we saw earlier, is that it cuts the institution's even budget in terms of buying or trying to satisfy everybody with the required devices that you can use to work. So I can say from my research is that that is already happening, and it's at a higher percentage. So we cannot stop it. So from my research, I can say it's already happening. So we can recommend it, but recommend it with the limitation that if the institution is going to adopt that, then it must have a proper policy, which that's what we are saying, proper policy and training on that. Whoever is going to use it, it will have to follow that policy, so that in case there is any breach of information, because we are saying they can lead to the breaching of information, is that then they can be held liable, so that you don't have somebody coming with their laptop, the institution, then they download top secret information on their laptop because they, and then they keep that document on their laptop. So if that laptop is lost, for example, it means that that top secret document can be found in wrong hands. Equipment from the university, for example, having that document, you can use it on campus, but the fact that we should have a comprehensive policy, but we should recommend the institution to use it, because in terms of budgetary issues, in terms of cost, it will go down, and then in terms of people learning more, it will be able to help us in terms of people. That's why we're saying the policy must be very clear, and then education, the awareness must be made clear, and then they should be capacity built on and on, because technology keeps all the time, and then new threats keep coming in. So we must be able to be able to capacity be used in terms of, before you do it and make it everybody can be able to do it, you need to educate your users on that one. So I recommend it with those limitations.
Thank you, Dr. Justice, for that. You really explained well on the questions asked. Is there any other person with a question, maybe online? So if there is no other question, we'd like to thank you for the good presentation, and keep doing that. And we are happy that you submitted your papers and you also presented in our conference. Thank you so much. Now we'll invite the next presenter to be ready, who is Dr. Joy Nyangasi.
Now we can go, see that. We can move on.
Through the art of storytelling by Tituba, she regains her strength and is able to care for her child, Bessie and Abigail, her husband, niece. Among many therapies administered to her is the storytelling therapy, which, according to the narrator, has positive, especially from her narration of Abenaham, late mother, and Jennifer Daniel Davis' wife. She equally applied this therapy to the pitiable condition of Bessie and Abigail. The result is incredible, as Mistress Paris' body transforms from weakness to strength. The moment Tituba is able to rightly diagnose the problem of this family, she quickly applied her art of storytelling to free the psyche of every member of the family. So we see storytelling is
not having access generally to technology, not just on climate change. And I mentioned that it's one of the difficulties of involving women, because girls, and especially women in the rural areas, do not have access to that. So as the country progresses, IT is going to be more available. And my call as the young people is to come up with innovative ways of incorporating climate change education, so that it's made much more available to all sectors. This is a as it is, it's out there and only available to the developers. Come down to earth and do stuff in IT that is going to be available even to the woman in the village.
Thank you so much. Any other question? The last one, perhaps? Last question? If there isn't, let's check on. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Levi?
Thank you for that presentation. Mine is just on, you have elaborate. But how best can we implement those recommendations? Thank you.
How best can they be implemented? They need policy. Not.
At some point, they need policy direction. But we can start by ourselves from whichever point we are reaching out to the relevant people. So, of course, we will need climate change, what the wildlife clubs of Kenya and other conservation education organizations do. Thank you.
Another question, or we stop it there?
My question is still the enforcement, but in a different way. You realize that the negative effects of climate change are as a result of anthropogenic activities, of negative externalities, because we are not that maybe to ask for internalization, but how can it be? Because we still just experiencing the brunt of the anthropogenic.
Yes, climate change is due to both anthropological. So you're asking about what as an economist we can do. I really don't know how to handle that question as an economist we can do. First of all, like in this area, we have free sunlight. How about we look for ways of converting that fossil fuel? That will be one. So we have clean and renewable energy. There could be other things to our indigenous way of life and producing our traditional vegetables which are climate resilient and sell them to the cities or even export them. Restoration vegetation and native trees, and encouraging people to just some of the things that we can do. But I think energy is a big of, for example, in this area, rainwater harvesting and using the same, I believe will really improve the economy of this country.
I think we leave it at that. We go to the next presentation. So I think we give, I would like to request members, we give a clap for the presenter. She has done. Let's proceed. I don't know if these other presenters are available. Sarah Musudi, Salasio, affecting agribusiness. Is that okay? Salasio Meriti to give his presentation on and default rate. Ready, I would like to request to be ready. She'll be Samson Nabut. You'll be giving a presentation on climate change adaptation through research and technology. Ready with your presentation.
Affecting default in agribusiness loans. And to the background, I would like the participant to understand the meaning of extraneous shock. Financing of agribusiness loans, the three indicators which were agroclimatic extremes, that is drought, flooding, such kind of things that pose that bring about bad weather. So that is the first bit. The other indicator is the market volatility. Market volatility coming in the market and changing the prices of items. And then we have the issue of, we experienced them the other day, for the infestation of locusts, the armyworms, so that is about the biological hazards. I would like background to the study. Has to appreciate the role of the Kenyan government in implementing agricultural projects, and the government does so to ensure there is success through interventions. Those loans are given, they are very important in accelerating the economic growth and the inherent potential of agribusiness to attain its full productive capacity. So loans are very important in farming and they cannot be ignored. We can't attain the full potential in farming without getting some funds to do that farming. Unfortunately, we have a growing concern, and that growing concern is the escalation of extraneous shocks which arise unpredictably, and they trigger stress in one dimension and then they transfer that stress to another dimension. These shocks create disturbances. Whatever you are expecting to do, you don't attain, your expectations are not met because you are diverted along the way by the shocks which caught up with you and they hate you. What is the problem statement of this study? You realize that there is no shortage, there has been no shortage of fund success. There has also been no shortage of implementing the projects using the funds. But the rate of default in the area of study, that is the Mount Kenya region, was found to be very high at the rate of 20.3% as compared to the standard benchmark of Central Bank, which is 10% for all types of loans. And part of that increase or escalation of default is attributed to these extraneous shocks. Once default sets in, it's not a friendly thing. It poses risks. It poses so many risks, and those risks threaten the sustainability of financial institutions. Once people continue defaulting, you cannot continue getting loans as usual. The lender or the agricultural finance will shy off from lending. They will do the credit rationing, and that one will disadvantage the borrowers because they will remain at the vicious cycle of poverty without access to those concessional loans from agricultural finance. So something serious has to be done about default, especially when default is associated with the extraneous shocks, which are unpredictable. So, still on problems. Yeah, so we are saying that the default has been accelerating or has been escalating at and this is attributable to the frequent but unpredictable shocks. When shocks hit, we should all appreciate that when shocks hit, there is production decline in agriculture, production decline, and then there is a failure, which is that performance of loans or underperformance of in that people default more in loans. Why? Because you do a project and you don't get funds from that project. You take all your time to do your agricultural project, but unfortunately, bad weather sets in and there is massive. Our strategies are to have a self. And then next season there is no more, and then you end up. So what needs to be done is to develop the coping strategy so as to reverse this risk, as advised by this study. And some of the coping strategies are like in diversification, both the enterprises which you are doing and also the diversification of the income streams. Make sure that you don't rely on one action, and also your sources of income. Make that's fine. That one can be one of the coping strategies. And then the advance have a adverse advance for such a thing, and also make sure you utilize insurance schemes effectively. Two of climate-induced shocks. We have climate-induced shocks, and then the other one is to examine the outcome of human-induced shocks. Climate-induced, we are mostly talking about the agroclimatic extremes. As when we talk about the human-induced shocks, we are talking about the market volatility. So that is what we are going to be centering on. It was used to conduct this study in Mount Kenya. Of study, there were 3,002 agribusiness borrowers from the 11 branches of the region. Systematic random sampling with a skip of 10. The borrowers or respondents as a sample. Then descriptive research design was used, and data was collected using structured questionnaire. The econometric model, which was used to specify the statistical relationship, was multiple regression model. So that is the simple methodology which was used. Let's look at the results. Just like we said before, there were three indicators. One of them is the agroclimatic extremes, market volatility, and the biological hazards. The study found that these extraneous shocks accounted for 23.1% of default. When the researcher ran the regression model, found that the adjusted R was 0.231, meaning that 23.1% of default was attributable to extraneous shocks. When we look at looking at the unstandardized coefficients, you can see that 21.6% of default was attributable to agroclimatic extremes. Then market volatility contributed 30.5% default. So this meant that the presence of each of the shocks food. Let us look at the providing for contingencies. This one can done by providing for contingencies, which are do not go there without expecting and factoring for the anticipating for the shocks. Once they come, you will have nothing and you are not. Then The other one is, and also make an effort to mitigate through a collective effort, and also by the government coming in to help. Recommendation diversification, so that if one enterprise fails, not all fail at the same time. If you have a tears fattening project, we will not fail. That one fails, perhaps you have a trend in livestock items, it won't fail. So when you have those diversified streams, they can't fail. Also, diversification in terms of other businesses which you do, the businesses which are not farming businesses. For example, if you have a business in handwear, you can try to diversify it, and also have a business in hotel, a small bit of it in hotel, so that you diversify your sources of income. In AFC, they should ensure that they train their staff based on the feedback they have acquired from the borrowers who are on the ground and they are experiencing these shocks. Then collaboration is called for between all the credit stakeholders. And then partnerships to mobilize funding needs to be forged. Various partnerships can be a solution. Future directions, or future studies can be mostly on integration of insurance into agricultural financing, because that one is seriously lacking. Institutions willing to lend you agricultural funds, they are not asking you about whether your project is in part and the parcel of the lending. Then the macroeconomic shocks, that is the issues to do with what is happening, and find that the tax has increased a lot in the market from the government end. So what can be done? So macroeconomic shocks and government policies takes a lot. And then the other one is the issue of leveraging on technological dispersion to reduce default rate in agricultural loans. So with that, there are some people or some, I would like to acknowledge the credit stakeholders in AFC, the TUC, and the sponsors of this conference held at Turkana University. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I now open the floor for questions. Also, for those who are online, if they can post 3 questions. So we'll start for those who are here physically. Any question for the presenter? Any question for the presenter? Online, do we have any question? Mm-hmm. Yes, Levi, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair, for this session, and also thank you, Dr. Beriti, for that incisive presentation. Mine is touching on the partnerships and your recommendation, especially on partnerships to mobilize funding. I may request that you elaborate more on it, which kind of partnership and whether these partners that can help mobilize funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. You realize that these days climate change and the escalation of shocks is becoming a global concern. So in this regard, if the lender wants to be effective enough, there are those NGOs, some NGOs and some government ends, foreign government ends, which are involved in assisting to mitigate the effects of climate. So, those are some of the partnerships pursued by the lender and even the government, especially if there are proposals to indicate that most of the loans are being defaulted as a result of extraneous shocks. If there is enough effort from the government and also the lender to make proposals and then inform that extraneous shocks are becoming a problem to the repayment of loans, then there can be partners to come and help, maybe to help in funding, at least to subsidize the cost of insurance premiums, because they may become so expensive to farmers to afford. So those are some of the partnerships.
Thank you so much. Dr. Salaso, before you sit, I would like to pose maybe a clarification to you. From the presentation, it appeared to me that the relationship between defaulting on loan was not strongly correlated with the extraneous shocks. Was there any explanation to that? If you look at the R value, it's a bit low. And therefore, there could be another explanation. What is coming out is that few people are defaulting, despite the fact that we have extraneous shocks. So what explanation did you gather from your survey?
Thank you very much for the question. During the period of study, because the period was, the study was conducted between 2021 and 2022, there were no serious challenges to do with the extraneous shocks, apart from the few challenges we had encountered based on COVID-19. So, extraneous shocks, they were used to moderate as moderators in the study. Other factors like the lapses and then the lack of innovativeness. So those were playing majorly, but because extraneous shocks can hit in them, although at the particular moment of study they had no much impact. We use as to advise because in the future we can have them affecting so much, even your case.
Let's clap for the presenter. Thank you so much. Thank you. Maybe we start. Okay. Call upon, I don't know, Maureen, online presenter. Are you ready? Maureen?
than this one. 11. It was Mugenda. It be like so those computation error. So it's supposed to be the Mugenda 2 or 3. Yes, I'll clarify that. Yep. What the second question was on? The philosophy is on pause on we talk about the competencies in terms of using the digital skills. So I was aware of that digital skills are necessary for us to use. So we realize that like application of technology in teaching and learning. Yes. Yes. I think. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah. That's why I realized there was a gap now, because the tutors or the lecturers are supposed to be in forefront in terms of using this technology and guiding them on the same. And so that's why I see there's a discrepancy, especially in terms of the teaching staff, because now we expect them to be the ones who are integrating the same, and it's vice versa. So I think I need to consider that. That's a very interesting part. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. 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 Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I was more Embu University. And I realize now why my main concern is that we have the online program that we tend to use to facilitate learning at the lecturer. Now that we have been told, like, from next semester, every lecturer should have 1 unit online fully. Yeah. Yes. Yes, we are online. Yes, we have online. It's there. It's actually there. Yes.
In Kenya alone, an estimated 19,000 children under the age of 5 die annually as a result of diarrhea due to poor hand washing. It's according to MOS 2023. So according to UNICEF, 55% of the school-going pupils have the incidences of diarrhea due to poor hand washing. So there are many studies assessing the practice of hand washing in healthcare facilities, but there are limited studies that are assessing the knowledge and attitude of hand washing among the school-going pupils in Kenya. So the justification of the study, so the perception and practices of hand washing are frequently related with cultural values and religious perspective in the society. So this leads to communicable diseases and also the negative attitude on hand washing with soap before eating, after using the toilets, and also after changing the baby's diapers. So this study is critical to meeting the Sustainable Development Goal 3 regarding good health and well-being. So The research question: what's the level of knowledge on hand washing among the primary school pupils? The second one is what's the attitude on hand washing among the primary school pupils, and what's the practice on hand washing among the primary school pupils? So the main objective was to assess the knowledge, attitude, and practice on hand washing among the primary school going pupils. Specific objective was to ascertain the level of knowledge on hand washing and to assess the attitude on hand washing and to assess the practice on hand washing. So the conceptual frameworks now depended on independent variable and the dependent variable. So the research design adopted ethnographic design. So this included observation, interview, and documentation of the traces of how the school pupils go through hand washing. So study population, the school-going pupils in the Muga sub-location. Inclusion criteria, the sampling techniques employed certified two-stage random sampling, where simple random sampling allowed identification of pupils from identified primary school and give a sample of 299. The starter were individual primary schools in the Muga sub-location. The sampling techniques first divided the pupils into groups of strata, or each of which shares a common state with others. To increase the sample sensitive and reduce the likeliness of statistical inaccuracy, the stratified sampling method divided population into two homogeneous subgroups of the strata before taking a representative sample. So the official formula was employed to come up with the sample size determination. So data collection tools, instead employed quantitative approaches to data collection using observation schedules and the FDGs. The data management and analysis, the qualitative data was processed using SPSS version 23, and data has been carried through both descriptive statistic and inferential analysis. Finding was given as percentages and graphs. So the results showed that the majority of the pupils, 86% knew the proper way of hand washing, and 69% knew the appropriate times for hand washing, and 77% knew the benefit of hand washing, and the illnesses associated with the practice of not washing the hands. So the correlation analysis for objective 1 on knowledge and hand washing. So there was a positive and significant relationship between pupils' knowledge and hand washing. So which shows that increase in knowledge leads to increase in hand washing among the pupils. The question analysis is an objective 2, that is the attitude. So positive and significant relationship between positive attitude and hand washing. So this implies that positive attitude and hand washing leads to increase in hand washing among the pupils in primary school. And then correction analysis on objective 3. There was negative and similar relationship between practice and hand washing. So this means that decrease in practice leads to decline in hand washing among pupils in the primary schools. And then the conclusion, even though over 80% of pupils practice hand washing and have adequate knowledge and positive attitude toward hand washing, proper hand washing education and promotion need to be implemented in the primary schools among them primary school going pupils. And then the recommendations, the health workers should train teachers and pupils to specialize in practices of hand washing to make them realize the importance of hand washing. And more sanitation facilities should be given to primary schools to ensure pupils get access to hand washing. So these include the hand washing facilities and also soap and running water for hand washing practices. and also health promotion training should be conducted by health workers to improve on the knowledge, attitude, and practices. So this now pertaining to the community health promoters among the community health units and the health facility linked to these community health units, and pertaining to the primary schools belonging to all these community health units. The community health promoters should also have more education, promotion, and trainings conducted to improve knowledge, attitude, and practices on hand washing. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicholas Mado, for that very precise presentation on the issue of hand washing. I would like to invite any comments on the presentation.
Chairman, allow me the presenter, and could we find out whether he has observed that COVID-19 soap is no longer available in the washing basins, and some washing basins are dilapidated. And what are they recommending as far as that is concerned?
Thank you. Yes, I'm requesting you pardon the question.
I hope you, yes, Prof. Sorry, Prof. We lost some part of your question, so the presenter was not able to get you clearly. Could you kindly pardon your question?
Okay, thank you. I was congratulating the presentation and also finding out whether they have observed that since the COVID-19 outbreak was now pronounced no longer a problem, the soap and hand washing basins are no longer like sort of important. Even many institutions have neglected them. So what are the implications?
Thank you, Prof, for that question. Over to the presenter to react.
Yes, so in this case, the practices on hand washing. So the main consideration here was to the study on the practices, attitude, and knowledge. So in this case, pertaining to this, we find that there are so many school-going children who lose their productive days to attend school, so leading to the absenteeism due to diarrheal diseases and other communicable diseases, like the upper respiratory diseases, due to poor hygiene and poor sanitation conditions among the school-going pupils. So in this case, so for us now to make sure that these problems are solved or are reduced. So the main scenario here is to make sure that the children know how to, the frequency on how to wash their hands, when to wash their hands, and if they already know or they have knowledge on how to wash their hands. So then now the COVID-19 we are now not considering it as a major problem. So some primary schools now they still also practice the hand washing, and some of the NGOs also provide hand washing facilities, like now UNICEF. They provide like now the hand washing facilities near the toilets or near the latrines among the primary schools here in the study location. Yes.
Thank you, Prof, and thank you, Mr. Mado, for the response. Any other comment or question?
Through the chair.
Yes, yes.
Through the chair, as the researchers, it is important that we also realize as you go to collect data on the attitudes, it is good to observe what is happening. So you might get even more information from observing apart from what now you had intended to do. And it could actually even improve your work or even give you another objective. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I believe the presenters picked that challenge and look into it. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. And thank you for the presentation. I only have a question for the presenter. Did you sample different schools? Did you sample different schools?
Yes.
And so you decided on the 200 samples, yeah?
Yes.
So you think that this is an actual representation?
It's a sample representative.
It's a sample representative.
Yes.
And how did you arrive at the is it from the 5 schools?
Yes, from 5 schools.
Maybe you can go to the sampling.
The sample size determination, that is slide 14. Yes.
So you have confirmed that the 233 is an actual representation of the population. There is no bias.
Yes.
The information goes from the 5 schools of the 233 kids.
Yes.
Is an actual representation of what you are.
The pupils. Yes.
Maybe a follow-up to that question by the participant. Did you assign some proportion of the population for each school, or rather, what was the population of each school?
As we found that now the 5 schools in Kamuga sample location. So the all this population there was 19 kids.
So you pulled them together and sampled.
Yes. So this one, because now the 19 and the research assistant that now go through observation, education, and also the questionnaires for all. So through the sample size determination, you follow it starting to it, and you're gonna get.
And then on the data analysis, the FGD information from the FGD were done using were analyzed using Max QDS software. And then the surface from the trial of improved practices was analyzed using the Excel, where frequencies, mean, and standard deviations was extracted. Then the two informations were compared using comparative analysis. Then from there, triangulation of the findings from the two FGDs and tips was now done. The results from the focus group discussions it shows that the 12 focus group discussions, 52% of the participants had identified water as the highest challenge they face, then followed by the pest, infection, soil, health, and then the list was destruction by animals. And they provided as alternative for producing fruits and vegetables in the area. The highest was use of animal manure with 3%, pest management by ash with 75%, and then the list was bottle irrigation. And then some of the insights from the focus group discussion were like one of the farmer from Attack, we depend on rainwater when the rain is there. So that was the challenge of water. Then another one mentioned that in Kablokor, we want to grow more vegetables, but getting good seeds is a big problem. So that was the challenge of seeds. So at the end of the focus group discussion, there were selection of farmers that could take place in the trial of improved practices, that is tips. And then this is the distribution of the farmers. In Kablokor, we had 10 farmers who are male, then 15 who are female, that is 25. Then also for Watalo Kamusio, that was the distribution, making the total number 50. Now, during the first visit for the trial of improved testing, this was the adoption rate, whereby the first color here shows the first visit, the adoption rate of the techniques during the first visit. The second color here shows the adoption during the second visit, and then this one is the third visit. So if you see the adoption rate during the first visit, there was high adoption in each technique. Like for mulching, it was 29 members, and then intercropping, it was 24 that way. Then in the second visit, there was significant drop down. There was a slight drop down, that it was 24. In each technique, there was drop down. And then in tree planting, there was none. Then bottle irrigation, there was also none for the second and third visit. Some of the insights from the farmers are the following comments were made by a farmer concerning bottle irrigation. About making holes in the bottle, but I made them disappear quickly. So here, the farmer was trying to explain. Are you getting me?
Yes, we are getting you.
Yeah, are you seeing the slides?
No.
Oh, there was a disconnection. Let me share again. You can now see?
Not yet.
The participants seems to have left. I don't know, maybe they are preparing to come back with a bang.
better leaves. So this was the suggestion from the farmer who used us as a control pest control method. So now in the discussion, you see that we say successful messaging to farmers showed potential for sustainable production of fruits and vegetables. Like those who understood the techniques, the way it was explained to them. Yeah, that is why the vision was not well received due to poor communication and clear explanations. As you can refer to the one who said, I thought like that it's just a matter of making holes, but now I made a bigger hole. So that means there was unclear explanation of the techniques. And then farmers' willingness to continue practicing post the trials is a strong indicator that there is sustainability in these techniques. So therefore, if we address these training barriers when we administer such a training, techniques, then we are able to at least have sustainable techniques in producing fruits and vegetables in this area. So farmers were willing to adopt techniques if these were communicated well. Thank you. I am done.
I would like to invite the members of the physical participants in the plenary who has because of the
visits and the adoption rate. If you could go back to that slide, it appears the adoption rate is reducing with the time and number of visits you are making. What was the explanation for that? Thank you.
Alex, have you understood the question?
I can't hear you well, maybe, but I've just had the adoption rate. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, Alex, I was just concerned. I didn't get the explanation of from the adoption rate was reduced with time. Any explanation from the discussion?
In the discussion, you find that during the first visit, identify like choosing their techniques that they feel like they can use maybe to try in their farms. But now you find that during the second and third visit, which was now the implementation stage, most farmers had no idea of different techniques. Like now the bottle irrigation, there was somebody who chose bottle irrigation, but now during the implementation, he had not that knowledge. That is why, like you can remember, she said, I thought it was just a matter of making holes, but now I made bigger holes, and when I pour water, the water disappeared. So that is what made a drop in the techniques. Like you find that there was high number during the first visit. Now during the second visit, when they was implemented, because some of them didn't have idea the techniques. Then during the third visit, some were still were engaged, as you know, the two communities are pastoralists, agro-pastoralists. So some of them were engaged and they could not continue with some of the trials. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And the question is as regards mostly practice digital and food farming. I would like to know if it's individuals who mostly groups or they are groups. They are groups included in our projects. If they have a
Sorry, are you asking a question?
Alex,
Yeah, but I can't hear you. I'm hearing you from far.
Alex?
Yeah, but I'm hearing from far.
You can hear me, eh?
Sorry?
I'm asking you.
Yes.
Yes, I'm asking you if fruit and vegetable farming, according to your standard, is done by individuals or by groups? By groups of people who come up together to do it as a project.
Okay. Like in Talokamusio, for example, these were pure pastoralists. But now, during the time when there was widespread of drought, they tend to change their way of life to growing some fruits and vegetables so that they can boost their living standards. But now you find that they don't have farms where they can go as groups and do their own farming. So they do in terms of like individuals. Each household has its own kind of a kitchen garden where he or she plants his own vegetables or fruits that are used locally, I mean within the homesteads. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Alex. Anyone else? Let me welcome the online participants now to ask Alex some questions before we request him to leave. Online? Anyone with a question for Alex? Okay, let's all appreciate Alex for his good presentation. Thank you very much, Alex, for your time and for your nice presentation.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
I now take this opportunity to welcome our physical presenter. I would like to welcome Silvana to come and make her presentation.
But then if there is success in the industry, it improves trust, effective communication, among other things. The study therefore sought to examine how strategic knowledge management systems, specifically knowledge sharing, collaboration tools, and research databases influence research collaboration within universities and industry. This study was anchored on knowledge-based view theory, although we observed that the theory highlights knowledge as a key strategic asset in gaining competitive advantage and supports this study by framing how knowledge sharing platforms can enhance collaboration within the industry and academia. But the theory assumes organizations have sufficient internal structures to manage knowledge effectively, which may reflect institutional realities, which may not reflect institutional realities in developing contexts. The second theory was the technology acceptance model.
that explains how perceived ease of use of and usefulness of influence adoption of technology. It is relevant to understanding how digital tools. Remember that knowledge management systems is mostly practiced through the use of technology, and particularly this is evidence particularly on databases, where the knowledge is stored in libraries, where the knowledge is stored so that we can be able to easily access it. Its main limitation is narrow focus on individual behavior, overlooking broader organizational, cultural, and infrastructural factors that shape technology. On the empirical review, the study observed that there was a low engagement where participation in joint research and mobility was particularly low. However, it was also observed that when joint research is carried out, it enhances knowledge exchange. It also, we also observed that knowledge sharing improves organizational performance. In that particular system where there is effective knowledge sharing, there is improved graduate labor market. It was noted that partnerships address graduate labor market mismatch. So in the event that there is better collaboration, then the industry will know whom they want. They will be able to pick those graduates that can be able to solve the problems within the industry. So there were also challenges observed in literature, such as weak industry linkages, particularly in the developing countries, the third world countries, where there is actually low linkage, low funding in research. And actually another thing that was observed were bureaucracies in either funding, bureaucracies in writing proposals, bureaucracies that can be able that actually impedes that particular framework of collaboration. Then there were also policy gaps and poor coordination. On methodology, the study adopted a systematic literature review, which relying exclusively on secondary data sources. We actually obtained literature from major databases such as Scopus, Web of Science, Global Research, among others. The findings were as follows: that knowledge sharing platforms actually strengthen in the event that there is better collaboration between industry and university and academia. There is what we call, it strengthens university-industry collaboration. Then number two, that institutional repositories significantly improve knowledge exchange and library service use. Remember that we have the institutional repositories in Africa, particularly in Kenya, are growing, but at nascent stages, at the very developing stages. You will be able to observe that universities such as ours do not have robust institutional repositories. But in that event, if we have better institutional repositories, we can be able to improve sharing of knowledge. Then comprehensive digital repositories correlate with wider research dissemination and the potential for industry engagement. That open access publishing and academia social networks increase viability and citation of research outputs. You can actually relate that.
The presentations, they're too small. You can't see them.
Okay, I've increased.
Please, if you can expand, yeah?
Is that okay? I think I'm having a challenge with some section here that is actually limiting my presentation, but I'll try to ensure that I've increased it. The other one is that open access publishing improves visibility and citation. And you know very well that in Kenya and other countries, we have low open access publishing. We should actually develop the open access publishing within our universities. The other one is academic social networks like WhatsApp, Twitter, and blogs support direct research industry communication. This is evidenced even in this particular conference where all of us converged in our WhatsApp for ease of communication. I think we should actually acknowledge the importance of robust technology in trying to ensure that relevant research is communicated effectively, as opposed to traditional methods of research dissemination that we all know. So we hope that the use of the academic networks will improve research communication and output. And in fact, in that particular event, if we have the industry incorporated, then it will become even much better. The conclusion is that digital platforms play a pivotal role in strengthening university-industry collaboration, and that virtual meetings remove geographical barriers, while digital workspaces and project tools streamline communication. We also observed that collaboration technologies also foster transparency and build trust, while access to research and comprehensive subscription ensure the industry partners can engage in relevant and timely research. What were the recommendations from the study? Is that adoption of knowledge sharing practices, policy framework, enabling collaboration, exploration, that there is need for adoption, research on adoption of knowledge sharing practices, policy framework, enabling collaboration, exploration of trust building and communication mechanisms, and assessment of digital platforms in partnership. So there is an opportunity for us to carry out research on either policy, on adoption of knowledge sharing practices, particularly on the social media that I've just highlighted, to ensure that we can be able to improve this area. Then the recommendation for policy is that there should be a review. We recommend a review and update of national education and innovation policies within the country to align with labor market needs. Number two, digital and open access. There is need to improve policies on digital and open access infrastructure. Of course, this I applaud KNET. KNET has been able within the country to ensure that universities are connected and the research is actually disseminated. Then there is also need to enhance monitoring and accountability and establish a national collaboration framework. I think besides what we are seeing, it's important also establish a collaboration framework that actually observe, besides, of course, we have funding organizations within the country, but is it possible that we can be able to have a framework where, say, University X, Turkana University collaborates with KISS University, and I observed that the Commission for University Education is actually trying to improve on this collaboration, but we need to come up with a framework that actually, a policy framework that actually improves, whether it is local collaboration or international collaboration. Thank you so much for giving us time.
A clap for Dr. Momanyi. Thank you so much, Dr. Momanyi, for a nice presentation. Questions will come later after listening to even two more. Now, do we have Jared Okello? Jared Otieno? Jared Otieno? Dr. Susan Oko and Rosreen Nyongesa Dina. Dr. Susan Oko. Tioko has just presented. Daniel Mweu, I think that is Mutiso. Daniel Mweu. Where are these presenters? Evans Otieno. Ngasike Kaivas. There's nobody is ready for this session. So meanwhile, as we wait for the next presenters, can we give our comments or field some questions on Dr. Momanyi's presentation? Dr. Momanyi, are you getting me?
Yes, Prof.
Now,
the teaching and understanding of concepts in chemistry and the anxiety that comes with chemistry. And we know that gaming is one of the important teaching tools in this in the past few years. And gaming uses technology to put difficult concepts in terms of a game. It enhances learning, teaching, evaluation, and also the attitude of students towards different concepts. And therefore, what I did in this context is I have put chemistry in form of a game and developed an app where it will be teaching different chemistry concepts, analyzing different concepts of chemistry through gaming. And the game here is what we are calling the Chem Easy app. So the importance of using gamification as a learning tool is that it incorporates all these elements that are important in the learning experience. There is the part of the learning, the concept itself, there is the user management, there is motivation, there is challenging the player or the learner, then there is the awards for the learner, and also profiling of the achievements of the learner. All this you can achieve at once in a game. And so what we have done now is put chemistry concepts all the way from high school to university level concept in a game fashion, and we have integrated all these aspects into the game. For example, in terms of learning, there will be from basic, amateur to difficult concepts in the game. This will be challenging the learner as they pass one level to another. They encounter different levels of difficulty. To motivate the learner, there will be halls of fame or a dashboard, leaders dashboard, where you can see all the players of the game and their scorecards, and you can see how you are progressing relative to all users of the app. In the app, there will also be a rewarding system whereby if you successfully complete a particular level, and the level has to do with a given topic of chemistry, when you succeed in that level, then you will download an auto-generated certificate showing that you are competent in that particular topic or subject area. There will be gold, silver, medals, bronze, depending on your scores on a particular level. And these will be used to generate the profile, the table, or the Hall of Fame, where you can see all the best achievers, player of the month, Player of the Year kind of things in the app, and all these achievements. There will also be ranking of the schools that are using ChemEasy app. The best school will be ranked top and so forth. And so for demonstration, for those who are interested, because the app will be commercialized, I have given just this one for you to get a foretaste of the app. I have disabled other aspects of the app. But for demonstration purposes, if you have your phones, you can download the app using that QR code. I may give you a few seconds to scan your screen if you can, and you'll be able to download the ChemEasy app, install on your phone, create sign up, and then you will sign in, and then you will see the different tools that are available in the app, which are available on the free mode, and you can appreciate the learning experience in chemistry for the users of this app. So you will the parts of the app, you will have the interface where you create your account. The moment you join in, you will have the different levels that have different topics. Inside each of these topics, there are sub levels with different difficulty levels, depending on your experience. If you are a university level student, if you are a high school student, you will pick sub levels that are comfortable for you. You can see there will be the elements, there is the valency, formulas, periodic table, organic chemistry. All these aspects of the app will be there. There will be ranking. A student will have or the player will have his own profile. You can add your photo to your profile, the institution you belong to. You have your trophy cabinet where you have the medals that you have received, gold, silver, and so forth. There will be the table or the Hall of Fame as well. I may not go to all the details, but some of the content available in the app are as follows. One, there are various games on chemistry topics. The games can be in terms of crossword. There is the Chem Venture Island. There is the quizzes and contests. The materials covered are all levels of chemistry, from high school, international schools curricula in terms of chemistry, and college level chemistry as well. All branches of chemistry have been covered. That is organic chemistry, inorganic, analytical, physical chemistry. All those topics are there. The rewarding system, as I've mentioned, there are medals, gold, silver, bronze, based on your scores. Those ones go to your trophy cabinet. There is the auto-generated PDF certificate for every level successfully completed. There is the Hall of Fame, where there will be player rankings with the top scorers, player of the month, etc. Even schools, apart from individuals subscribing to the app as individual users, schools can subscribe to the app as a school, as an institution. And when a school subscribes to the app, the teacher is able to monitor the students' performance on different chemistry topics as they play the game. So you can easily tell the topics that are easy for a particular student and areas where the student is experiencing difficulty. The school is able to monitor the frequency of use of ChemEasy app when the students are at home. The teacher can see how they are playing in the app, the frequency, a student who has not made any attempt, and so forth. The teacher can see their scores and their medals and so forth. In the app, schools will also be able to create contests. The teacher can create contests within a class or between classes. So a teacher can create a quiz and a chemistry contest for his class. Or if there are two teachers teaching two different classes, there can be a contest between two classes. Apart from that, in the app, they can also host inter-institutional chemistry contests with no need to travel, with real-time results. So a school can have a chemistry contest with any school in the country or any school globally, provided they are all in the ChemEasy app, and they will get their results in real time as well. I remember when we were in high school, we had to travel to go for mathematics contest and so forth. In ChemEasy, we can have chemistry contests at the school without the need of logistics for the students to travel. They can view the institutional ranking for all institutions using ChemEasy. And in the app, they will also have analytics tool where you can probe different information you want to get about a particular learner, all levels they have played, their scores, and all that. You can query in the app and get all that type of information. Apart from that, we will be hosting annually what we will be calling the ChemEasy Champions League, where schools will compete from group stages until the finals, and the finalists will be rewarded. Of course, on a light note, if you support a team that has never won a Champions League, maybe they can try the ChemEasy Champions League and you can get a trophy for yourself, of course, on a light note. And so that is it about ChemEasy. Of course, the recommendations will be the schools will need internet access and support. If we can get an official endorsement from the Ministry of Education and KICD so that ChemEasy is recognized as a supplementary digital learning tool, it will be important for our educational landscape. Of course, there will be need for professional development for training of chemistry teachers on the use of ChemEasy app, and of course, public-private partnership and collaboration with education-oriented organizations and county governments to support institutions, our high schools with the right infrastructure, computer labs, and so forth to enable computer-aided chemistry education. Thank you very much. Hello. The chair.
Dr. Victor?
Yes, I'm done with my presentation.
That was great. That was a great presentation. Are you getting me?
Yes, I can get you. Thank you very much.
Yes, and it's an app from the presentation that you have given us.
Yes.
It's an app that will go a long way in, of course, improving the acceptability of chemistry amongst our learners, and of course, also improving the performance. As you actually alluded to, it is true that most of our students and learners, say from high school, they don't like chemistry as a subject. And this one is also manifested even at our level when we are teaching at the university level, where we see students, say a first year student coming here, very new, but then start scoring 2 out of 70, 2 out of 60, so discouraging anyway. But all in all, I'm sure this app will be very instrumental, especially now that we have the junior school. And in most instances, we have the teachers who are taking the students, say from grade 7, grade 8. Most of them may not be trained as chemistry teachers at that level. Because, of course, as we know, the structure of our junior school, they have not yet recruited enough teachers. And that is a fact that we all know, and we are aware that those learners may be exposed to teachers who are not properly trained in those subjects. And therefore, it will go a long way. So maybe my only concern was, say for the junior schools, that so far in terms of infrastructure, they are not yet very good. Some of them may not be having the science laboratories. Is it possible to include in this app something like simulation games, where in this component we have the virtual labs where the learners can do some simple experiments, say separation of mixtures, titration, for example, some stoichiometry there, or even some balancing of equations or chemical equilibrium, or whichever topic that is there. So is it possible to include that?
Thank you, Doc. Yes, those topics are there, but what you are asking is virtual labs, and virtual labs is part of the project in the development of this app. As I speak right now, we still don't have the virtual lab component worked out, but it will be there in due course. If you go to the website chemeasy.co.ke, you will see one of our goals there is to create a virtual lab where we can have virtual experiments. You can do them over the phone, even if the school maybe may not have a computer, but the children can access through the phones of their parents at home. Then they can still access all these resources that will be available in the app. Also, we are looking at a situation whereby the app will be able to allow people to use the app even without internet, so that the use of internet does not become a recurrent expenditure. And so the moment it is installed in the PC, you can just play all the games and that are there. When you connect to internet, then it can update. If there are any updates that we have made, then it will automatically update. But the app also should be able to be used in the PC without internet connectivity.
Okay, perfect, Daktari. So I think if we are able to procure this one for our kids, and of course, you know, at their age, they are so fond of their phones, even at home, even when they have not even done homework, they are on their phones. So I think if you have this one in their phones, instead of maybe playing those other games, they are actually playing the chemistry games. It will be very exciting for them as early chemistry learners, and they'll be able to appreciate even the role that chemistry then plays in our daily lives. I think it is a very good app. We thank you so much for that presentation. So we'll now open the floor for other questions for our physical presenters who are here and those online. So anybody can go first. Thank you. Thank you. So the floor is open so that you can engage Daktari.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. James. Thank you, Dr. Victor, for the presentation on the digital chemistry education platform for enhancing teaching and learning. Indeed, we are moving towards digitizing everything that we do. So it is a good study that will help people to at least love chemistry. I was also not a fan. Now, my question is on the customization. Can teachers be able to customize the content for the class, or can they be able to play with the curriculum, maybe make adjustments, add or remove, or have new content, or it is developed with content that is put there already?
Thank you for the question. The app, first of all, it has the content that is customized with the curriculum, but the teacher also has the leeway when the teacher is creating his own quizzes and the like. The teacher has the latitude to create his own or her own, whatever the assessment the teacher wants to do. The teacher has the latitude to do the same on the app as well.
Thank you so much. Still a follow-up on that. When we talk about our teachers, most of us are not technologically, they are not that good. And here I think we're talking about gamification. So what, in your study, what can you advise, or in that platform, is there a way of bringing it now to the teachers, teaching them how to use the platform and be able?
Yes, like if you subscribe
now to use the platform to the students.
Yeah, one on the website, we will have a user manual that gives people step-by-step way to use the app, because The app will be global. There are people, like as I speak, there are people from different countries who have used the free mode. I can see in the app, and we may not be able to meet them physically to train them. But here locally, where we are able to meet the teachers, if a school subscribes to the app, then it will be part of our service provision to have a training session with the teachers on how to manage the app. So that is a part of my service delivery. For any school that subscribes to the app, I have to walk them through training on all the aspects of the app, how to use, how to query the information that you can get, how to get it, and so forth.
Thank you, Dr. for the clarification. The last one maybe, when you're talking about accessibility in different platforms, you've talked about phones and computers. Can it also be accessed through other platforms like tablets and many other platforms that people use for accessing technology?
Yeah, the app will be available for Android, for iPhone, for PC, and then web version.
Apart from computers and their phones.
Will be available. Hello, I'm saying, you can hear me?
Yes, Dr. Can hear you.
Yes. I'm saying at the moment, the app is available for Android devices, for iPhone, for computer, and web version. That means if you go just to the website, you can log in from the website without downloading the app. You log in on the website, and then you'll still access the same material.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your questions. Back to Chair.
Yes, I have a question. Good afternoon, Dr. Victor.
Good afternoon.
I'm Nicholas.
Yes.
I'm asking now, which SDG does your app target to achieve, and its indicators?
I'm looking at quality education, and here we are looking at the most effective tools to impart the right skills to the learner. Because we know, as somebody said, we have inequality as far as the resources and infrastructure is involved in our schools. And so an app will also try to alleviate some of the inequality we have in our education, where a student may be able to do experiments virtually and still get the same skill somewhat, assessment, attitude towards particular subject, that especially sciences, that are very important in driving innovation in the economy. And so I think the app aligns well with the goal of quality education.
Yes, and now what rating scale you're gonna use to rate the achievement of the ChemEasy by maybe in the next 5 years, let's say 2030?
Of course, my ultimate goal here, locally, is that ChemEasy should become a recognized tool of education in school, like so that schools will endeavor to be part of ChemEasy, part of the assessment, and so forth. And of course, after a few years, when we have rolled out, we can assess the impact of ChemEasy in chemistry education, on student performance before came easy and after introducing students to came easy. It is possible to have a research to see the impact of its contribution in chemistry learning to students, their attitude, performance, and all that. And we can from the app we can do what do we call data analysis on the uptake in different countries, how far it is going, the number of users so far, and a feedback platform. And so I think those who are in chemistry education, you see, like for example, myself, I'm in the hard sciences, the chemistry teacher, while there are those who are in teaching methods and chemistry education. I think the experts in chemistry education will have something to ponder about on the role of chemisy in chemistry education in the country.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes,
Yes, Prof.
okay, may I make a comment? Thank you very much, Dean, and also Dr. Victor, for that good presentation. It is actually a thought-provoking presentation, and I've followed everything, including all the questions. And now my question is, what are the monetary implications of this app? And if I am a chemistry student, can my parents access my grades? Can my fellow colleagues and my peers also access my grades? And if yes, then what are the repercussions of the same? Thank you.
Thank you for that. The first question on monetary implication is that the app will be up for subscription at 200 shillings per year. So I think 200 bob for a whole year subscription, and you have all these resources, I think is modest to make it accessible, and also to have resources for maintenance and updating, because there's a lot of programming. So there's financial implication on the developers' end. So a subscription of 200 per annum, I think is fair enough to make this type of resource available. I don't think you can get this type of resource at such a cost. In terms of grades, these are not grades in the sense of the way we look at grades. You have an E, you have an A, but these are tables of like if you have Premier League, you have Manchester United there at the top with 53 points, and all the teams in the league. It is like that. So the points here in terms of the gold medals, the medals that you have, all right? So you can see all the users in the app globally, how they are scoring the medals they have got. But for you in your own profile, it will show the levels you have played, the percent completion rate, and things like that. So you are able to see, if it is schools, you can see the schools ranking, all the schools that are using the app. You will see the top school in Came Easy, like that. And the idea is this is to motivate you to go up the table. And so we will not be talking about the grades in terms of you have an E and it could be embarrassing to you or something like that.
I have a question. Good afternoon, Dr.
Good afternoon.
My name is Moses.
Yes.
And I've listened to you. And one of the things I am hearing is about teaching through this particular aid. And some of that is teaching chemistry. And some of the things that I have heard you mention is in relation to gaming.
Yes.
And again, the comparison that you have brought around is kind of points, building points, just like we get, people get to do with the different teams, and they kind of, have probabilities. This is through this particular app. And my question is, we have seen in other apps, they have to a certain point serious addiction, and now this is a teaching tool, teaching aid, and I'm thinking, what is the effect of it to the learner? To what extent would the learner get into the addiction, and how, if that happens, so what is your measure, so that the learner, you don't get to benefit the learner on one end, and then on the other end you get to treat them for addiction?
Unfortunately, I can't have control over how the learner frequently play the games. All right, because you see, the quest of the learner playing often will be, he wants to achieve a particular goal. Like if there's a level that was difficult for the learner, he did not succeed, he will come and try again. If he doesn't succeed, he will try again. And so there is the risk, as you are saying, that as we see with many other games, that addiction can be a problem. And so one can be addicted, possibly, I think, to the chemistry app, and they want to play again and again and go up the table and something like that. I am not sure how that can be controlled, because even the schools will have control over the app, create contests, quizzes, and so as often as the school does it, the user is on the app. And so that is a risk that I am not sure I am able to control.
I think we have had enough time to engage with Dr. Victor. And if there is any other burning question, I think you can direct the question to Daktari through our chat program, so that we also have time to usher in the next presenter, who is Medina Lubisia. So Medina, if you can get me, are you with us?
Yes, I can get you, Dr. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. So then if you are with us, then you can share your screen.
Okay.
So Medina will be presenting this work together with Sonia Hamad,
a comprehensive way to understand like what are the challenges, advantages, and pre-requirement to adopt this strategy in education institution. Correct. So, but what I found was that if we design a balanced scorecard policy or a balanced scorecard strategy using the accreditation parameter, so it would look like this. It will have four prominent perspectives. One will be the finance perspective, then the mission and vision, aligned with the student perspective and learning and growth. So each perspective will have, for example, the finance perspective will mainly focus on students enrollment and the profile of the student, financial management of the resources, how the university manages its resources in an optimal way. Next, how does the mission and vision aligns to the you know to the development of the faculties, each faculties how they are developed. The third strategy would be student perspective. The balance scorecard lays a very important what to say very important it's a very important aspect of balance scorecard, the student perspective or the customer perspective. So here the customer is student, so I have replaced the customer with student. So the feedback system should be very robust. The student satisfaction surveys to be conducted every now and then. Students' performance and learning outcomes should be gauged. Student support system should be efficient. All the student progressions should be monitored. Students' participation in the activities and alumni engagement should all be monitored for a good strategy and accreditation criteria. So coming to the last perspective, the curriculum development and design, that is learning and growth perspective. In this perspective, the organization should mainly focus on curriculum design, development, academic flexibility, curriculum enrichment, evaluation process and reforms, teachers profile and the quality, promotion of research and facilities, resource mobilization for research and publication and award, consultancy, extension activities. So all these are recommendation of the NAC accreditation, which I have incorporated into the balance scorecard prospect strategy, but in such a way that all these things are related. So it starts from the bottom. Any organization who wants to implement this strategy will start with the bottom, like from learning and growth. Then comes your student perspective. Then everything should be aligned to the mission and vision of the organization, and ultimately that will result in the financial goals. So this is a nutshell of the integration, what it appears like. So coming to my second objective of my study, I found that however there are some advantages of implementing balance scorecard. So there are like it enhances the strategic management process, obviously because it is a strategic management process, so it will ultimately lead for better strategic management. It also improves the education quality. Yes, that is what it is meant for. It fosters change accountability and financial efficiency. It boosts shareholder trust and resource utilization. So these are the main prime advantages. So the more important part of this is what are the prerequisites, because none of the universities in India study these prerequisites before going for any strategy implementation. So what I found in my study was these are the prerequisites for implementing balance scorecard in a government university. Otherwise, this strategy will not be successful. So these are like requires administrative autonomy and performance-based budgeting. So this is very important. It calls for an administrative autonomy where all the universities management should have an autonomy in administration, and the funds should be granted to these universities as per their performance. And the second aspect is it needs a strong leadership commitment and cultural adaptability. So all the vice chancellors and the leaderships of the universities should have a strong and committed leadership quality. And it also demands a fair staffing and recruitment with promotion and performance linked incentives, which is quite challenging in India because because of there might be some corruption sometimes, so it doesn't happen in a very fair manner where all the recruitment process, the promotion and the incentives to the staffs are not very fair sometimes. Well, most of the things they have to follow certain criteria, but it also demands very fair promotion recruitment policies, and it encourages entrepreneurial initiatives and continuity outreach. Yeah, this should have like if you have an approach, if you understand the Indian setup. So most of the government universities, they don't have entrepreneurial initiatives, rather than they are more focused on their own criteria, like they are more concentrated only on the academic curriculum development rather than reaching out to entrepreneurs. The last one, and the more important, requires awareness and implementation steps. So, and also possible potential pitfalls, like to implement balance scorecard, it's not an easy game. You need to have a thorough knowledge of how to implement the balance scorecard step by step. A university should hire a consultant who can implement the balance scorecard. So it is quite cost consuming process. All right, let me quickly wrap up with the challenges. So the challenges, what I found in my study, is that the balance scorecard can sometimes be a complex framework due to multiple missions and vision. When the missions and vision criteria are too many, so it makes the framework complicated. And overemphasis on financial metrics over non-financial aspects, such as most of the universities, they concentrate on financial metrics like profits. However, government organizations don't have profits, but most of the time they focus on profit parameters sometimes, like financial metrics, so which also becomes a challenge. Difficulty in allocating performance-based incentives in a government institution, which is very difficult in India, because performance-based incentives are very rare to see in India actually, especially in a government setup. Leadership must adapt to the trend and technology. Yes, that is also very, very important. Where we have vice chancellor who are quite old age, or the age of the vice chancellor is like, it could be a challenge sometimes. They do not understand, or they are very reluctant to adapt to the new trends and technology. So even that time it becomes a challenge for the stakeholders. Then it requires strict and ethical guidelines for faculty and staff. So sometimes the faculty can also lead to hindrance, especially in a government setup where people are reluctant to change. I'm talking in the context of an Indian society. So these are the challenges of implementing balance scorecard. Let me conclude it. So the conclusion of my study says that it is a good tool. It is a well managed and it is a well adopted tool across the globe. But adopting balance scorecard in universities could be challenging. Okay, it could be challenging. It requires lots of change and innovation, which people are very slow to adopt in government universities. It requires strong leadership skills, and it is a challenge. It is also challenging for private universities sometimes, because private universities operate only for financial gains rather than social work in Indian context. And then comes the strategic impact. So obviously it drives institutional learning, growth and transformation, which is very good for a strategic management tool. But however, it comes with some challenges and pre-requirement which the universities should have in them to adopt and make this successful. So this is my presentation. I hope I have done the justice to this topic of implementing a balance scorecard using criteria for accreditation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed Fayasuddin. He asking you a few questions. Let us have we can field a few questions, then we let you free. We get another presentation. So, yes, Prof. Yeah.
Hello, fine, sir. How are you, Dr. Bura?
I'm fine, thank you. Yeah. Thanks for that presentation. Most on that particular, in the beginning, on your initial part, most of the objective, because this is an area where you needed to bring up why areas that you needed to capture in the study. I didn't see it come clearly. This particular case, the students, yeah,
Yes.
how they are related to study, the financial perspective, and the learning and growth, which are the key factors in balanced scorecard.
Yes.
That one was not captured in your objective. You only brought it in chapter 4. If you look at your slide number 6, that is when now you came and brought it and then tried to relate it to the university accreditation. So maybe there's a gap that you have not filled. I don't know.
1 minute. Let me
Your
just.
intake on that, yeah?
Yeah, because if I had a paper to present here, like it would have been great, but the screenshots are too large to be shared on this PPT, so that's the constraint for me. So here, that is how it is. Like these are the 4 perspectives of the balance scorecard, and I tried to link that, and it's clear in my paper actually, but I couldn't take the screenshot on this PPT where I tried relating the NAC accreditation with this 4 perspectives of balance scorecard. Well, I'm really sorry for that, because of which you might be feeling the gaps are not addressed here in this presentation. Let me quickly tell you that the 34 NAC accreditation criteria they fit well with the balance scorecard perspective. So if I was wondering, I when I started doing research, I was wondering, like, is this NAC accreditation criteria designed by some balance scorecard specialist? Then I did a research and found out that no, this balance scorecard criteria are different and the NAC accreditation criteria are different. But it looks so similar. Then I thought, why don't we link it? All the financial perspective, customer, internal growth, and learning and growth process are clearly described in the NAC criteria. So any organization who wants to improve the quality of education can blindly have a faith and go for NAC criteria for their quality upgradation. That is the idea of my paper.
Yeah, and if you look at the balance scorecard, basically it is basically to link the mission vision with the university strategies.
Yes.
And I want to agree with you that if universities maybe follow that particular scorecard, they can achieve whatever they want. Because if you look at what most strategies university adopt, it's about having it's about learning and also students, and you find that finance is also involved.
Yes.
Just like what is described in the balance scorecard.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to agree with you to that perspective. It's only that maybe you need to address it now in your objective and statement of the problem so that it comes out clear. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
So well, you are done. Another question to Fayasudin?
a comparison between modified items and the percussive items, we find that they are roughly around the same size and weight, but the difference is in raw material types. We find that percussive items are mainly trachytes at locally 1, and modified materials are mainly basalts. Although basalts are is a very hard raw material that is good for percussion activities, the hominins at locally 1 were not using it for percussion. We don't know why, and maybe this is the reason as to why they selected all the trachytes and used them for percussion and left all the materials that were basalts. And looking at the shapes, we find also that most of the percussive items are ovoid in shape as opposed to the modified materials. And a combination of the differences in raw material types and shapes could have been the reason as to why they were left unmodified, and that's why we found them at these sites. And with that, we find that the presence of manifolds at these sites reflect complex behavior than previously thought, because we thought that all materials at the sites were being used for percussion or napping activities, but this shows a major difference because they were left unmodified. And we also see that there are distinct procurement and management strategies at local TUC and local 1. So procurement and management meaning what they brought in to the sites, they carried different raw materials, and how they use them, because as we've seen, most of the unmodified materials at local 2C are smaller in size, while those at local 1 are big in size. So it means, there were differences in how they selected and worked on these raw materials. And that's just an aspect of planning and decision making. And so the presence of these unmodified materials that we've identified as manifold at this site will imply refusal behaviors at these sites. And that's something we could relate in real life, maybe during COVID time, and even today. People were hoarding food during COVID. In preparation, it was sort of a planning and decision making ahead, on what psychologists would call a psychology of panic buying. People were buying things, but at the end, most of them didn't use everything. And it's something that, as of today, we still do. You plan, get things in the house, but depending on your needs, you never use everything. And so this is just one of the earliest evidence of such refusal behaviors. So my summary of the finding is that unmodified materials are present at locally 2C and 1. That means manifolds are present there. And manifolds at these sites were not selected for flaking. And again, they were not selected for use as percussive items. And these will signify early evidence of hominin refusal behaviors. And with that, I conclude that the new methodology created here can be used to study unmodified materials manifolds at the sites. And manifolds were brought to locally 2C and 1 for different reasons, more complex items than previously thought, because most of the studies have usually mentioned that manifolds are just for at sites will be stocks that will be used in the future, and these points otherwise. So, and also unmodified materials at early Stone Age sites are significant to a holistic understanding of early human behaviors and the cognitive development. And so I do recommend that researchers should apply this methodology to look at the understanding category of manifolds. And more research on manifolds should be done at additional oil sites in Turkana, where unmodified materials have been present, because they're not found at all sites. Then we can also expand this research outside Turkana Basin to other sites in Kenya or East Africa, and even in Europe, where unmodified materials have been reported. We should also disseminate this information to public, develop measures and policies to ensure sustainability and conservation of our cultural heritage, because these manifolds are they were found at sites in West Turkana, and as we know, it's our culture, it's our Kenyan heritage, and it's always good to preserve it and let our future generations enjoy this. And we can also enhance tourism activities, something that I think the current president has tried to embrace with Kenya as the cradle of humankind, and also the cradle of technology, because the oldest stone tools were found in Kenya. And the technology that started in Turkana today, 3.3 million years ago, has made a global village. And as of today, some of us we're meeting online, and thanks to the simple tools that started at Turkana 3.3 million years ago to today, we are grappling with the issues to do with AI, and so with it's a pattern of resilience and adaptation depending on the environment, and I think we're going to develop technology beyond our limits as humans. And with that, I would like to thank you for listening first, and I would like to thank my advisors, Professor Haman, Dr. Tila, Professor Edume, Dr. Ellen Hosh, and Laz Asson at the French Embassy for funding my studies, and WUTAP and NFK for allowing me to work on the materials, the TBI staff and faculty for being there for us all through, and the TUC faculty for supporting us, especially Dr. Ndirutu, and my fellow Masters of Human Evolutionary Biology students, that's APA, Pauline, Maggie, Lynette, Chep, Grace, and Agri for being there for me and others. Thank you. Merci, Jacqueline.
Thank you, Medina. It was such a fantastic and long presentation, but anyway, we followed, and now we'll interact with you for, say, 5 minutes, so that if there are clarifications that the participants would want to get from you, then they have that time to do so. So the issue of money pots, and I was just listening, and remember, I always ask, yes, if this work is, you're explaining this work to a grade 6 boy.
The exact design, because the exact design alone is
was used for quantitative data, and of course, descriptive statistics were analyzed using frequencies and so forth. For test of significance, we used chi-square and logistic regression analysis. Now, on to the findings. There were some interesting findings. Of 60% were females, age 55%. I don't have to go through. These are just basic data, demographic characteristics of the participants. But just to mention that more than 70% had worked for more than 3 years at the current facility, and 75% of the respondents had previously worked in non-RBF environment where there was no resort-based financing. So, in terms of improvement of health services, it was established that as a result of the resource-based financing, there was improvement of skilled births, like people or expected mothers who were able to deliver in hospital by up to 30% improvement when you compare resort-based financing facilities and those that were not, where financing was not based on results, was not resort-based. Immunization was 25% increase, and the natal care visits was more than 20, was up to 20% increase or enhancement. And then outpatient attendance, there was an improvement of about 18%. So in terms of motivation of health staff, 75% indicated job satisfaction improvement due to this financing model in healthcare. 65%, of course, there was retention due to this model or attributed to this model. Then in terms of findings, in terms of inferential statistics, we have the chi-square tests, which was used to look at the association between participation in results-based financing and key outcomes like motivation and job satisfaction. So this, it was established that motivation levels were significantly associated with results-based financing, and of course, a p-value of 0.0001, which was highly significant. So in the logistic regression analysis, we looked at the predictors, and these were controlled for some confounders. So those staff who received timely payments of RBF were more than, were 2.8 times more likely to report improved performance. So there was also an aspect of timeliness of disbursement of the funds. So there was an association with performance. So there were some qualitative insights which were gathered also from the key informant interviews, and we were able to establish that there were some positive effects of results-based financing on health, like there was improved accountability. The healthcare workers were able to better account for their actions or for what they do at any particular time. So there was also improved competition, and where there is competition, there is also higher performance, and also data quality, which are of course would have a positive implication in healthcare. So there were some challenges which were reported as per the analysis. One of them was delayed disbursement of funds. We were also had inadequate training of healthcare workers on the model of results-based. What is it all about? What implication does it have? What value does it add to the health sector? There was also some narrow focus on those services which are incentivized. And this leaves out other services which could also be more important. Like if you are only incentivizing antenatal care services and immunization and skilled baths, then there is a wide range of other services in the health sector which are also critical in improvement of health sector performance. So that narrow focus also had some bit of challenge. Then there was also the fear, because this is a donor-funded initiative. There were concerns as to the sustainability after the donors pull out of this initiative. So in conclusion, this results-based financing had a positive impact on performance and motivation of healthcare workers. And the key challenges which came up were that there were payment delays, there was a limited scope in terms of number of services to be incentivized, and also sustainability risks or challenges. So adaptation and investment in management systems is critical for future success. So there is need to adapt to the system, to the model, and also to invest in it. Some of the recommendations made from this study are that there is need to enhance training of healthcare workers on results-based financing frameworks so that they can get to understand more, because this is a managerial issue. If workers don't understand what they are supposed to do, what this is all about, then they may not be motivated to achieve better results. And then ensure timely disbursement of payments or funds to the facilities. Then also expand the incentives to neglected health areas. There are some sectors or there are some services which are not given attention. So it should not be biased on certain indicators or certain services. Then there is need to strengthen the monitoring and feedback loops or framework so that you are able to understand what can you attribute to, whether you can attribute a certain incentive to performance to a certain incentive. So if you don't get feedback from the users or from the workers, then you may not also understand the challenges and the necessary areas for improvement. Then there is there should be a plan to transition to the county so that the county is able to sustain these result-based financing rather than relying on donors. These are some of the references. Thank you for your attention. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Yes. Are we there?
Just 1 minute, please. Help us.
We can't see his screen.
I tell you to survive, and such our ancestors did that. They adapted with challenges, so it helps us draw lessons that will help us deal with the modern technologies such as innovations, technological development, be it renewable energy. Yeah.
How does social learning occur in environmental context in Kenya? And what role does peer influence play in promoting this? And I was giving an example of Gen Z, for example, in Kenya, who try to influence behavior among themselves, and which group dynamics are most effective in shaping environmental outcomes. Next. Next.
Next slide.
Is it supposed to move?
I think we are getting some technical hitch. Just a minute. It's one of the challenge of technology, but we are addressing it right away.
Every time I try to make this, something happens. Something happens. About yeah, no, that is all. See, I was
trying to learn what must say.
This process, the medications or drugs, they have side effects. I asked this question to those girls who are taking people outside there from Equity and a few others. That what is their take on going the HAPO way and leaving the former way of treating people? Are there side effects on the normal medication, normal drugs? Because if we go to the HAPO way, it means we have diverted financing. The finances that are supposed to go to the formal drugs to HAPO, which is cheaper aside from being said that they do not have side effects, it is cheaper to purchase herbal medicine than purchasing, normal processed drugs, which means that the financing factor will be affected. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof, for that question. I believe it is something of interest to most of us, myself included, because when you talk about this herbal medicine, it is a very hot potato. It's a subject of debate all over the world. In some places, like in the Western countries, some of them have embraced alternative medicine. It has been actually integrated as part of the medical practices. But in most countries, these natural kind of remedies have not been integrated. There is some binary, there is some kind of separation between the two. And there is some kind of competition to the extent that whereas the modern medical practice is regulated, the herbal practice is not regulated. And any industry which is not regulated is likely to run in a, I don't know how I can call it, in a laissez-faire kind of a system, whereby if you come up with your product, you want to make it known, you want to make it superior through advertising, through media. But when you look at the formal or the modern medicine, it is highly regulated. You cannot advertise. There are some advertising claims that you cannot put forward. So because of that, you will find that even some natural remedies which do not have any scientific proof of healing, they are marketed, they are given a lot of publicity, and some people will be lured to go for herbal rather than modern medical practice, which of course a lot of investment into research and development has gone into it to establish the safety and the efficacy. So I would say that part of the traditional medicine or herbal is just claim. There is no scientific proof as to whether they are better than modern or not. And in absence of any scientific proof, then we cannot really say it is just their word against the rest of us. Thank you, Prof.
Clarification. Very keenly, like prevalence. That is on findings. And you gave a background of Turkana county, the situation in Turkana. Okay, I
kind of a nested presentation of the same, so that at least I am able to compare the Turkana, the situation in Turkana and Marsabit.
So, do you mean the numbers?
Yes.
Do you mean the numbers?
You give adjacent, like in if it's a bar graph, yeah, on the findings. Yes, up there. Yes, next, yeah, up. Because I am seeing a replica of the same for the case of Marsabit. So to me, I wish you could have, because you are actually, it's a duplicate of the same, but just so that I'm able to compare the mild water insecurity in Turkana and then adjacent to it for Marsabit.
You mean a side-by-side comparison?
Yes, a nested, yes. So that you discuss about water insecurity findings once and for all, for both situations.
Actually, in the report, the reason maybe why I never did a side-to-side, it's because of maybe the visibility from the presentation, the graphs were looking. But also, in the report, we have even village-to-village comparison. Like if you have Turkana against Marsabit, of which they could be at different setting. So
okay,
instead of going
you have answered,
county by county.
You have answered,
yeah.
But that was the report. But preparing for this presentation, you could have only bring the figure, give us the charts. Okay, that is, and then another one is, I expected, I don't know whether I really am very good in the area, because for us, it is not about the figures, the interpretation of the figures. That is what you, so that us as the consumers of your information, when we talk of, now, okay, let me just summarize other things. I think we can discuss it outside the presentation. On environmental adaptation, just a clarification. There is a slide on environmental adaptation. The heading was not able to follow it.
Okay.
That is environmental adaptation and then something. Environmental interpretation. It was in the first part of the slides. Yes. Environmental. Is there a difference between the first word, the environmental degradation, or is it one word? Yes.
Maybe that could be a typo.
Oh, yes. Then it's okay. Now, challenges. I expected another. You noted down the challenges. Now, some challenges. Okay, so. Okay, because of time, let me.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions you have asked. I now take this opportunity to say that we can break for some time and then resume. So time is up for now. Let's appreciate Mwangi. So we can break, we can have a lunch break, and then we resume after the lunch break.
this is a recommendation to the business owners to be able to tap into the existing opportunities around them, even as they so that they will not only focus on table banking, so that they are able to get resources that they need. Thank you. That is the end.
Thank you, Naomi. Members, if you have a question for Naomi, she's on. Resource mobilization through table banking. Dr. Bura, you have a question.
Yes, Chair. Naomi,
Yes, Dr. Ray.
how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Maybe can you take us to back to your response rate? And just want to confirm something. The response rate, you're saying it is 82%.
Yes.
But if you calculate that, it comes to 88.3%. So you can check on that.
It is
294 out of 333 times 100, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is 88. Thank you, Dr. Ray.
So you need to correct that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
Then your statement of the problem.
Yes.
I can see you only have one problem, which is a lack of adequate capital.
Yes.
Maybe you can explore more, because there are several problems which are which the women enterprise are encountering, or they encounter. So I think you need to explore more. Apart from lack of adequate capital, there could be also other problems. Then what I wanted to ask, in your recommendation, I've not seen any policy, maybe policy recommendation from this particular document. Is there, from your findings, is there a recommendation, maybe in terms of policy, that can help with regard to women enterprise?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Ray. Yes, there are more recommendations, policy recommendation, like into the government to be able to consider additional resources towards the women table banking groups, so that the women can be able to tap into. And also another recommendation is to open it up, not just only for women, because we have seen that it has an impact. Table banking is so that the men also can have fund that will be able to help them as well around table banking. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Anybody who has a question for Naomi on resource mobilization through table banking?
Sure.
Yeah. Go on. Professor Awad.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Naomi.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ray.
Let's go to the beginning.
Okay.
The beginning of your first slide on the topic.
Thank you. Here, Dr. Ray, on the first slide, resource mobilization.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at that topic, it does not suggest a problem or an issue that motivated you to go and work on. I thought from your presentation, you were looking at factors that affect the resource mobilization and the growth of women.
Yes, there is moderating role of government support services.
Now, when you look at the title, when you look at the title and what you presented, they don't tally very well. That's why I was getting a little concerned. Okay. Because from your presentation, it's like you were looking at factors. Now, or rather, you ought to have looked at factors, because it cannot be just one. There are many factors which affect either positively or negatively the resource mobilization and the growth of women-owned enterprises. Then, of course, then if that be the case, then you needed to have developed a theoretical framework or a model that brings out the factors and resource mobilization and the growth of women with respect to enterprises. And then you use an appropriate model that would pick out of the many factors that you looked at and variables, if you like, then you are able to single out in terms of the model that you use, which of those of the factors are significant. And then from there, then you would go ahead and make conclusions and recommendations, including the policy ones, just like Dr. Bura was saying. But I have a little challenge with the title of your paper and the presentation and the content of your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. That is well noted. I'll do the necessary.
Thank you, Professor, for that question. Any other question or concern? Members?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, Dr. Bura.
In methodology, I'm interested to know which research design Madam Naomi used. It didn't come out clearly. Naomi?
Yes, Dr. or Professor. Now I'm getting lost on the titles, but accept my apologies if I do not call you by the right title. Yes, we did questionnaire and did sampling based on the stratas where we did the 6 sub-counties in Uasin County. So that is where we did some random sampling of.
No, I'm asking the research design.
Sorry, you are not. I think you are breaking a bit.
I'm asking on the research design. Which design did you use? Research design.
Oh, yes, this. You have said design, research design. Hello?
Yes. Can you just go to your chapter 3, research methodology? From your presentation, maybe from your slides.
I think I'm having it.
But it is okay. It didn't come out clearly. You just stated maybe from research questionnaire and all that, but the research design did not come out clearly.
Hello?
It's okay.
Hello?
It's okay.
Any other concern?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Professor. Yeah.
Chair.
Yes, Professor, go ahead.
Yes. I noticed from the first slide that the corresponding author was the supervisor. Is that correct? I thought this paper was done by Naomi under the guidance of the corresponding author or the co-author as a supervisor. I am not clear about that.
Naomi, respond to that concern from Professor Wata.
Hello, Professor. Thank you. Yes, I did it with the support of my supervisor, who is Dr. Muya. And I also wish to respond to the initial question that I received about the design. It was not so clear. I'm sorry that there was a lot of network breaking, but this research adopted descriptive research design to do the data collection and analysis. Yes, yes, I did it with the support of Dr. James Muya, who is also here with us. Thank you.
So then you should be the corresponding author.
Okay, thank you, Prof. That correction is appreciated.
Yes, Prof. With the corresponding author.
Hello, sorry.
Richard. She's yeah. I'm responding to Prof. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Naomi should be the corresponding.
Okay. Thank you, Professor and Dr.
I think Naomi, you are guided.
Yes, I'm well guided. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because the issue that was raised is varied because Dr. James Muya is indicated as the corresponding author. But you've said you are you were, of course, advised by Dr. Muya.
Yes.
In this research. So I think you are well guided.
Yes, I'm well guided. Thank you very much for all your inputs and comments.
Okay, okay. So members, if there is no another concern, we look forward to another presentation. But we clap for Naomi for a good presentation. I would like to invite Calvin, if he's available now, or if he's okay. Calvin? Calvin?
Present, Prof. I'm sharing the slides.
Share, please.
Prof, I'm there. Is it now clear?
Not yet. Not yet shared. What do you do? Calvin, send your presentation to Dr. Bura. Yeah, he has already shared his email with you. Check your inbox. Because we postponed your presentation for long for lack of network. So you sent to Obura? Oh, you check on the chats. Are you okay?
On the WhatsApp?
No.
In the email?
Yeah, on Zoom. Check on the chats.
Okay.
And then send that presentation to him on email, urgently and very fast. You confirm once you are done, then you make that presentation. If there is anybody else, meanwhile, as Calvin prepares, let us get to know. Assistant.
Prof, you have not shared the link.
Display your work, display it.
Richard. Calvins.
Yes, Prof.
Calvins, look at the chat. Hapo kwa chat hapo chini. I've sent my email address. You can send them.
A chat.
Chat. You can send your work to that email, then we upload it for you from this end. Umeipata?
Not yet. I'm checking. Okay, I've seen it.
Now you can send it to that email, then we.
I'm sending straight away.
Thank you.
Let him send.
I've sent it successfully.
Calvin, email your PowerPoint to Dr. Bura.
Yes, I've sent it already. I've sent it already.
Have you emailed?
Yeah,
no,
I've
this
emailed.
one is on chat. No. In other words, you sent a copy on email.
Yes, I've sent a copy on.
Yeah.
Are you able to? Yes, we can hear you. You can start. You have 10 minutes. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry, I didn't get enough time to conclude my slides. Came very fast, but here's something we did on the health impact of mercury toxicity on fish in aquatic system. So in this article, we are talking. We're going to talk generally. Didn't know about a specific fish, but mostly it was also we got ideas from other scientists that have done
in-depth research on mercury. So it's an article wrote with a guy Zadok from Stony Brook University in USA, and I, Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. So I'll maybe share with you the article later if I'm going to go very fast for people that won't be listening. And it's also there in Google Scholar, so you can get it there. Okay, as we know, in aquatic ecosystems, aquatic ecosystems plays a very big role in ecological balance. And in aquatic ecosystems, we have very many organisms, both living and non-living, that team up to bring about the ecological balance and leading to a thriving ecosystem. So here we wanted to talk about how mercury toxicity, the mercury toxicity that is in the water, how it affects the fish, and how later, if this fish is consumed by, fish is among the it's a white meat, and it's among the food that's consumed widely in Kenya, mostly around the lake. Okay. Mercury in water is occurs generally, according to the research that's done. Mercury in water, mostly in freshwater systems, like for example, Lake Victoria and Lake Nakuru, it's natural occurring. We have these rocks that are below the lake surface that carry this old mercury. So when it's absorbed in the water and the fish in the water consume, and also we know we have the plankton that the fish consume, also consume the mercury. But one thing is that when the mercury, and I'm forgetting, we human beings also consume mercury, though not directly, but because it is in the water, and we consume that water in our day-to-day activities, so we are likely to interact with it in the waters that we consume. There are evidences from different scholars that prolonged exposure to high levels of mercury can disrupt a lot of processes in fish, for example, and lead to things like the stunted growth in fish, reproductive complications, and weakened immune functions in fish. These effects harm the fish and have a greater impact in the broader population, not only in the fish, and also it can also bring an effect to the resilience of the ecosystem. In this case, the ecosystem that we are talking about is the lake ecosystem. And don't forget, we are talking only about the freshwater system. The implications of the toxicity are beyond the aquatic system. That's how they reach also the human and affect the human health. Since fish is a source of proteins, and not only proteins, we have many nutrients like the zinc, iron. Mercury accumulates in the system and can be transferred to humans when consumed. So we want to talk generally about the effects of this mercury contamination in fish. How when the mercury is consumed by the fish, how it affects. Okay, in the aquatic system, we have microorganisms and bacteria, which are the primary agents which transport mercury to fish. Like if these microorganisms are fed by the fish in large amounts, uh, we can have the accumulation of the mercury as the fish, the fish, as the fish feeds on the organism, the mercury continue accumulating. Uh, and due to high absorption of mercury by bacteria and plankton, which are food for fish, they tend to increase the concentration through a process called as bioaccumulation since they are consumed. The bioaccumulation rate of mercury in fresh water the bioaccumulation of mercury in freshwater system can bring about changes in the fish, and also it varies. We come to get that the greater the fish, the greater the accumulation of mercury that is in it. And one of the effects that we want to talk about in this case is the bone formation. It can cause a both genetic and physiological alteration like bone formation. When fish is exposed to mercury, the fish that is exposed to higher exposure can lead to bone abnormality. And I think one of the reasons why most fish is if we have high accumulation of mercury in fish, is the bone formation that makes the fish have the stunted growth that we talk about. It's, because it affects mostly the spinal, it leads to spinal malformation, and then we can have a liver impairment because get that mercury mostly in the organs of the fish mostly attacks the liver. We have it can lead to it can accumulation of mercury can also affect embryo development. The effect on embryo development. That's why we have less production of fish because the younger fish die even before they can mature. So we'll have less fish. And most importantly, we have the nervous system. Mercury is very, very when it accumulates in the nervous system of the fish, it affects the production. And the nervous system acts as the mode of communication. We have it has an effect on reproductive system. Mercury, when the bioaccumulation of mercury in fish, mostly the adult fish, brings a high risk of it it affects the fish gonad. because it attacks the fish gonads and the accumulation of it harms the reproductive process, preventing the fish gonads from growing and developing properly. Exposure to mercury may modify also the gene, can lead to gene modification that is associated with the hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis. That's still the fish gonads that we're talking about. And inorganic exposure to mercury now has been said to lead to chronic oxidative stress in fish because it feels the damage on the fish gonad tissue. And therefore, in our conclusion, we came to say that fish, the mercury, is a severe hazard to aquatic environment. Though and just a reminder, mercury is a heavy metal, and almost all heavy metals are non-carcinogenic, and our body don't have a way of absorbing them. So we only need them, even the fish, we only need them in less amount. And in order to take on the accumulation of mercury in aquatic organisms, it's very difficult because we cannot quantify, and we cannot also control because it's according to research, mercury mostly in Lake Victoria and Lake Turkana. They're not yet said to be in high amounts, but we take on the accumulation. All the fish that have been tested have we've not found mercury in the fish in Lake Turkana and Lake Victoria to be in high amounts, because the more mercury that's produced naturally from the earth crust below the water surface, and the more the mercury is accumulated in fish. But in the coming years, it will start becoming a hazard. So it's necessary to monitor the fish surrounding ecosystem and to increase the knowledge. I think I can stop from there. Please take any question. There's a place that someone needs any clarification.
Bruno.
Yes, Doctor.
Are you done?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you conclude unceremoniously.
No, I think maybe we've not had. I'll say that I'm done, and I'm free to take any question or any clarification that someone might want.
Oh, now assuming you are presenting this work in the village, or to people who are not chemists or biologists, what would be the take-home message to them? Those who are not scientists.
The take-home message that I would likely to leave them with that in aquatic ecosystem, in the lakes that we have, we have the presence of mercury, which is a heavy metal. And though it is in trace amount, we expect that the more it accumulates in fish, more so bigger fish, and most of the people like the bigger fish. It can lead to things like cancer. And we can also advise the research institutions that we need to take the issue of mercury seriously, because get that mostly we do research about heavy metals, and we are not taking the one about mercury seriously. And in future, it's going to become a menace, and it's going to become a menace that has been accumulating. It's not going to become a menace that has just started. Maybe someone, after consuming fish, mercury, fish that has mercury in it for 10 years, will start having effects. So it's better to start knowing about it right now and their effects.
Okay, now where was this study carried out?
And these were the terms which we used mostly in selecting this, in getting the information, that is principal leadership skills, the effectiveness, conceptual skills, technical skills, human-related skills, and secondary schools. So from that, I was able to use the elimination approach to remove works that were considered to be valid for this paper. So then after that, I examined or evaluated the validity of the literature studies used, and the ones that were reported in this study were the ones which were found to be valid and useful for this discussion. So I will just talk about the technical skills. Technical skills that the principal needs to have is I'm saying that it's the ability to undertake a task well in a certain discipline or a specialized area. So it is the competence of having, or the principal having the ability to conduct work assigned to them by the Teacher Service Commission. So mostly we have seen principals being trained, and after training, they are expected to apply these skills in coordinating and supervising curriculum activities within their respective schools. Then the other one is the conceptual skills used by the principal to understand and operate in the school. So these are this is the mental capacity of the school leaders, so the principals, to solve problems, coordinate, make plans, and make decisions in the school. So they operationalize this through rational thinking skills. They should have rational thinking skills, analytical skills, competency in several conceptions, and ability to analyze various events and trends which are happening in the school. Then lastly, we have the human-related skills. The principal is required to have human-related skills, that is interpersonal skills, to work with others in the organization, because he cannot be able to work alone. So he must be able to work with the teachers, students, and other stakeholders like the PAs, the BOM members, and all the other stakeholders to make sure that there is a healthy, competitive climate among the teachers. There is a respect for the school regulations. Is able to resolve conflicts which may arise in the school, because we know that the conflicts will arise. The duty of the principal is to manage conflicts and also involve teachers in any decision that he needs to make, and other stakeholders must also be brought in so that the school can be effective in delivering its core mandates. So if the principals are able to apply these skills, then the relationship with other teachers in the school will be smooth. Otherwise, if they are not applied, then the relationship will be strained. For the conclusion and the recommendation, so the review of the conceptual and empirical literature shown that the principal's leadership skills are essential to school success. So these skills which the principal needs to have is dependent on the principal's experience in leadership and training which they have received. So it has been also confirmed that from the reviewed studies that principal's leadership skills training needs to be a continuous exercise. It should not just be done once, and that is all, because of the demands of education in the 21st century, and also the new curriculum, that is the CBE, competency-based education. And various countries have already done that, and they are improving. So in Kenya, I think because of
that you summarize.
Yes, I'm summarizing.
Because your time is up.
This education is important for the trainings to be done not only to the principals but also to all the stakeholders, so that all of the stakeholders in the school can be able to know what is supposed to take place. So training is important for these leadership skills to be enhanced, and it should be a continuous process so that anything which is coming, emerging issues can be taken care of. So in conclusion, I'm saying principals need the skills that they learn, the ones that they receive through training, and they are used to guide, supervise, and assist teachers in improving the instructional processes in secondary schools. So considering some of these activities require human touch. So the operations by the principals in school should be conducted in a humanly way through regular collaborations, consultation, and constructive criticism and professional guidance. Thank you. I am through.
Questions?
Justus, we have Charles, we have Mirago, we have Daniel. In the micro teaching lab, we have some participants there, so you can ask a question. So it seems Bruno Nobody has a question for you. And by the way, if I ask, Bruno.
Yes, Dr. I can hear you.
Bruno. Yes, maybe out of curiosity, assuming that a certain fish, say a tilapia,
yes,
has accumulated some mercury, maybe to a concentration of say 20 milligrams per kilogram, or say 20 milligrams per 500 grams of fish.
Yeah.
Now, and suppose I consume all of it, the whole of it, the whole of the 500 grams of the fish.
Yes.
And in this particular weight of fish, it contains 20 milligrams of mercury.
Yes.
Now, do I still take the whole 20 milligrams, or does my body absorb the same amount of mercury from the fish, the way it was?
No, it doesn't, Doctor.
So now tell us.
You know, even when first of all, when in the process of cooking the fish, you see, in the process of cooking the fish, you get that you want it's just like nutrients. Don't tell me that if a fish has 100 grams of zinc, or let us say these soluble nutrients, like can say proteins. If for example this fish has a protein rate of this 20 milligram in the 200, when you cook it, you know, some of this will be leached maybe in the water or in the oil that you cooked it with. By the time you end up eating it, you'll get that maybe it has reduced. But Dr. I'll confirm that for you, because we've mostly dealt with the live fish. I mean the fish that has not been fresh fish, not the fish that has been cooked. But you can take a sample from maybe a fried fish and still.
You need to think about that. In environmental science, chemistry, we talk of bioaccumulation and biomagnification.
Yes.
You see, that is where the point I wanted you to expound. Bioaccumulation and biomagnification across the food chain. As you move from one trophic level to another,
it decreases.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It is supposed to decrease. You see, now this one is now more to the environmental chemistry. That if a certain pollutant maybe moves from the primary producers, like the green plants, maybe when the herbivores feed on the same and it was say 10 milligrams in a certain given amount of say fodder, then when it gets to the goats or to the cows, then it is biomagnified. So that when I finally milk, I take the milk from the goat or from the cow. You see now that is now a secondary consumer. I mean,
yeah,
I'm a primary consumer of the same.
Yes.
Secondary consumer. Sorry. So it will be more than what was initially obtained from the primary producer. So, and I tend to think that even for yes.
It is due to bioaccumulation, because by the time you are consuming this fish, you had consumed another fish that had 20 milligrams that was still in your body. So when we measure the amount of mercury in your body, we'll get it to be at 40.
That is bioaccumulation. I was talking about biomagnification. Yes, because my issue was if I take 20 from the fish, is it the same that bioaccumulates, or it is tripled, or it is doubled? You see, that's what I'm asking. Or maybe some of it will come out through excretion and other body processes. But maybe you can think about that, because those are very pertinent questions when it comes to pollutant.
I've written
As
it down.
the pollutant is moved from one trophic level to another.
I've written it down, Daktari, and I'll revert back to you with more facts.
Okay.
No.
So I think there is no other question. Yes?
Anyone who has a question?
And next time when you are presenting in a conference, you don't bring us your whole paper, and that is what you are sharing. You summarize in the PowerPoint. Or it is your first conference?
No.
So you had presented this one before?
No, I've never presented this one. I had the one for Lake Victoria. I have several for Lake Victoria, but I didn't think it was the right platform because of the. I think Lake Turkana will be of more interest.
Then you can prepare that one for next.
Sorry?
Have you done that work already, or you are to do it?
Which one? On Lake Victoria?
One for Lake Turkana.
For Lake Turkana? It's an ongoing work. You know, it's Daktari, what happened? We have a vast data because we pick data almost weekly. So you know, I can get data in this part that I'm interested in. So I just write about it, and still have a lot of data to maybe write about. So you just can't write everything conclusively.
Okay. All right. Justus Nyamoya, today you are very quiet. You can ask a question, you can make a comment, not necessarily a question. Justus, now that you are an online person and today you have not spoken, maybe you can say something. It seems Justus is not in. That's okay, Bruno. Well done. Wish you the best.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay. And Mr. Motiso, anything? You are my co-chair. It seems we have no more participants.
If they joined and maybe are held up somewhere.
No, those ones we have already called them. Maybe they are experiencing some challenges.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much for the time, and thank you so much for listening and the correction. I've taken care of them, all of them.
Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Asante.
Any presentation, members? Any presentation? Anyone with a presentation? We have James Emulia, Dr. Henry Ongori, Deft Kamar. I think they are not around. So if there are no presenters, we have to close, unless otherwise. Members, since there is no another presentation, let us close this session. And I think this is the end of the presentations, because this is the second day. Kipsang, can you pray for us? Yeah, we stand. Come on. Amen. Amen. I think maybe now, evening tea after.
Good idea for tea.
Father.
Yes.
How are you?
I thank you, Prof. And you?
This is Collins.
Ah, Collins, Doctor.
Yes. How is Italy? You are in?
No,
you are in Italy or where?
I'm in the UK, not Italy.
Oh, you are in UK.
Yes. I'm here with King Charles the three.
No, we are happy to hear from you.
Yes, I'm also happy to follow up and join you.
From Dr. Abisaki.
Will you be able to give us your rapporteur's report after the last presenter?
Yes. Yes. But I only recorded for whatever I was assigned to do. So
you are a rapporteur for only one person.
From her side. Like that, the noise is coming from her side.
On our side here, we are seeing as if you are the one who is not unmuted. Perhaps you have opened two gadgets. Yes, you switch off one gadget and then the echo will disappear. The next presenter has begun. Okay, thank you.